start streaming. Where it at? Where it at? Where it at? There it is. Link, go to stream health. There we go. And we're live. Welcome back to Kingless Chronicle. Last time the party got their rewards for the quest they did in the castle for liberating the Drow Youngbloods. They also gathered around to have a little bit of a celebratory drink, sharing backstories and having a great bonding moment at the dinner table as they did so. This session is the next morning after, as when you all went to bed, if some of you have like a hangover, that would be dependent on your con and how much you told me you drank. But I'm imagining that the only people that would probably be hungover would be like Yorm and maybe Gildas.
Calm now. We got a high constitution. If anything, the people that would be hungover would be Tulio or Bob.
Yeah, but Tulio's always hungover. Tulio's just always attacking a disadvantage. He actually always has permanent advantage, so when he attacks once, it's actually because he's got disadvantage. He nerfs himself with alcohol for everyone else's sake. No, I'm kidding.
Are we all just drinkers now? Except Alan, maybe.
Hey, it's medieval times. The word drunkard has a different meaning when water is bad for your health.
So I'm like, Yorm just drinks himself to sleep. Tulio drinks a lot. Gildas is like, yeah, I drink a bit. Why would we just book a fucking record in Land of Monsters, so yes that. Eleanor just got the damn blonde hedge for sinning with like all the baggage that it is. Like she drinks a lot of wine too. Ophelia just like doesn't give a shit about alcohol. So she can drink as much as she wants.
What? You acting like drinking in a medieval campaign setting is out there? It's completely normal. Everyone drinks, even the children.
Usually you only have like 1 or 2 in a party, not 5.
Yeah, this is more fun.
Ah.
More things to slip into the beverage. I mean, more things for you to enjoy. But yes, as you all wake up in the morning, most of you are pretty much fine. The only ones that would probably have a problem are not actually going to have too much of a problem, I reckon. As you wake up, you're feeling pretty good. You had a great time last night, and you're able to head back down into the lodge. And when you head down, you see that the usual people are still milling about. Notably, though, the Patriarch and the Matriarch are not currently in here. But Aqua is, as well as the Disciplinarian and the Seer.
Someone just occurred to me. I'll have to ask somebody here, I think. Like, how does mail work in this setting? Do you have to like get a runner or something?
Mail packages? Yeah, they're typically sent by like runners or a courier. Sometimes mail is shipped via a merchant if you can pay the merchant enough.
Yeah, I just thought of doing that for Erleru's toy, so we don't have to come back here.
Just say goblins.
The Goblet Express! Guys, I figured out how we could finally run the Goblet Express.
Goblin Express! 3 dead goblins or your money back!
They would die so fast.
We left home with 30 goblins to deliver your package. Now we're down to 15 goblins. Express goblin shipping.
They're cheap plates for us. That's the upside.
But alrighty.
All right. So, Bub's like awake. Oh, wait, is it the next day?
It is.
Jeez.
Oh, okay. So Bub says, "All right. Well, since we're over here, I was thinking there's these poachers that I want to take care of in the central savage lands. I was thinking that on the way back to the wood elves to get our stuff, we can take care of them and maybe find the shark tooth tribe. Then, well, that will be all my time sensitive goals."
You all gain 10 temporary hit points when you awaken, as a walnut is by your bed.
Nice. Hold
A
on.
what?
A walnut.
Where's
Huh.
my tally? That's the third one.
Currently
Should I
at
be the
66
fourth?
status.
It's the fey creature, the one who gives walnuts, the one we helped way back in King's Landing.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's been following us for a while. You weren't at the session there, but
Okay.
basically the session you weren't there, this fey creature, I guess he had hopped into our bag because none of us can see the fey. He's just been chilling with you guys until Uluru found him and said, "Is this yours?" The fey was wandering the hallway. "Is it yours?" And the fey's like, please help me. I'm friend, your friend. And the one's like, "Yeah, he's friend. Here you go."
Cool.
And that was
Marshall's
it.
realizing that the base DM gives you rewards over the course of the game, rather having it all be mechanical.
Hee
Yeah, that might be nice.
Me literally designing that into my RPG.
I've been doing that since the start of the campaign. Hee
I know. I just want to bring it up for something I like.
Yeah, I love stuff like that. I basically refer to it as like dynamic rewards because it's
Yes.
you dynamically get rewards from your actions, or you could dynamically get a penalty from your actions.
Penalty.
But y'all are pretty smart, unfortunately.
Uh-huh.
I would make dumber moves, but I don't know. We'll run a strict. Well, I guess we're no longer going to be on a strict timetable pretty soon. So Bub says, well, that's all I got. What are we going to be doing now that we know about the temples? We visit them one by one?
Well, given that we say have to visit all the kingdoms as per Eleanor's journey, I think we'd have no choice but to visit them one by one anyway.
Yes, eventually we need to make a pilgrimage to every other country. That leaves Gloucester, Nebulum, and Reynold.
I have a strange question.
Yes.
Would Bub be aware of like what more powerful druids are capable of doing in terms of like, oh, by next level I'll be able to fly? Like,
I would say
would I have
Bub.
some
I would say
knowledge
Bub
about
would
that?
know that like druids that are more powerful than him could change into birds and fly around. Something he's not currently capable of.
The druid says, I think we're gonna have to fly if we're gonna get around fast enough. I can't fly yet, but I know that someday I'll be powerful enough to do so.
Nice.
But the-
Can't wait for the day when I can ride on your back, Bub, and we can just coast. Coast to the good
Yeah.
life.
That's gonna be wonderful. I don't think I can get big enough to hold everyone, though. That's the problem.
Don't worry, Bub. It'll be me and you on one whirlwind adventure.
Hooray!
What's the marriage then?
It's like Final Fantasy IX. You have to. I forget which button it is, but you press the button and there's like a side skid above it. Julio. Literally like what I'm imagining.
Alright. So what do in the Savage Land still? Well, I think going after the poachers and that tribe on the way back to the Wood Elves would be wise. It's not like we have anything else to do anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they're just some poachers. How bad could they be?
Very bad.
I told you. I do hope. Said that in good conscience, because Many people saying that usually they hit their words. And honestly, given the kind of encounters we had so far, I don't really want to underestimate like simple poachers, especially ones operating that kind of land. You know.
Well, I mean, they probably have a rather large variety of quality of men. If they're taking down big creatures, they probably lose a few in the process. And the only people that buy big exotic creatures, well, I mean, they don't usually make a personal appointment unless they're taking the cargo. So we shouldn't have to deal with any red magus.
Shouldn't.
Let's hope so. I'm worried that, well, now that we've done what we've done, people are going to be after us. Maybe that's who the people who attacked us before were. Maybe they're related somehow.
I would say that's very likely, bub.
Okay. All right, well. I'm taking off my thinking cap. I should totally get a thinking cap, by the way.
I imagine when Bub says that, he takes his dino headpiece off.
Yeah.
The wisdom of the ancients.
Wisdom of the T-Rex is with me.
Dino DNA. Oh, I could have just played Hasselberry. Oh.
Dragon DNA.
Dragon DNA.
Does anybody? Do you think? Bub thinks about it and says, "We didn't even do any shopping while we were here. Is there anything we need?"
Yes, we did some shopping. Expensive one at that, but...
Eleanor actually nods at that. Yes, I actually acquired a few more items. Mostly small things, but I was able to acquire them. They'll be very useful for potions.
Cool.
Well, I suppose buying a few more provisions wouldn't hurt.
Speaking of supplies, I do believe, Lady Eleanor, you have supplies waiting for you if Lady Aramo was true to her word.
Yes, I believe that I should be getting something from that, assuming it's still valid.
I don't believe the Sylvian people, as I've seen them now, would renege on a deal placed beforehand. Don't think we would
Yes.
sit with them proper.
Neither do I. Would they still honor the deal of one who is exiled, though? Or one who is in the runnings for being exiled?
Well,
You
honestly,
did complete the training before she was, correct?
Yes, I did.
And then it should be considered full, unless otherwise noted. I was not informed or told by the matriarch or patriarch, but that was not the case. Go ahead.
picking them, well, the matriarch and patriarch aren't there at the moment, so it's likely they're gathering everything we requested, or should be given to us. And that may include what you do, Eleanor.
Give me one moment. Okay, so what did you say again, Gildas?
I said that, well, I said the matriarch and patriarch were there. They're probably gathering the stuff that we're going to give to us. I was probably including, well, what Eleanor was due.
Ah, okay. Eleanor nods at that. Yes, that would make sense. They've been here in the mornings every day, after all. Oh, and Delon, I looked over the contract that was given. It seems to be good.
Excellent. And You have accomplished your deal here in a way that has not been so for quite some time.
Yes, it's quite the fortuitous operation, and a wonderful opportunity.
And we should appreciate it and feel honored on this occasion. But
Yes.
as Sir Gilda said, I think it is time that we take our leave of these people or gather our things.
Yes, I feel like that would be appropriate as well.
Before we do, though, let me just ask something of the seer. I'll be right back. And boop. Make my way over to the counter. That is a good morning.
He nods back at you.
Seer, how do you ask? Could I borrow a wine glass?
An odd request, but yes, you may. As he says this, he actually reaches under the counter, takes a very clean wine glass out, and places it on the table.
Thank you. You will find it back at the. Shit, what was the name again? Pagoda,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Right. You'll find it at the pagoda later today.
Ah, then may you have good luck with your offering then. Oh,
Thank you.
and please send the Dragonborn over.
So, I go back to the table with my glass, sit down, then look it down and say, Dalan, the seer is asking for you.
Ah, yes, sir, of course. I'll walk over to the seer.
As you arrive at the Sears barkeep counter, he actually reaches under the counter and retrieves the journal that you had given to him for a moment. He... Ugh, what the fuck? Something's just in my throat killing me. I'm being killed by the Nepalese, save me!
So just sending my microbes over to you through the mic.
You can keep them, Rim. You can keep your microbes transmitted via electromagnetism. With the circumference of the globe, we create Voltron. But alright, he actually taps the journal and opens it almost instinctually to a page, and he taps that page. Your writings are good and well informed. They are educational. But I have taken a liberty to adjust a few writings or a handful of wordings to make them a little more coherent not for foreigners like yourself. I have also made sure to leave those as addendums below what you had already written, so as not to overwrite what was already there. Additionally, he turns to a few pages that were blank, and you find them filled in with completely new information. I have decided to fill in some information that you had been lacking. Namely, in a few customs about our rituals, as well as some customs about what kinds of music would be expected to be played at said rituals, and that foreigners would be encouraged to keep any musical playings that they have to themselves.
I had noticed that. If I may be so bold, why is there no music around? Usually the elven people are so auspicious with their playing of music.
The reason is because music to us is a sacred duty. Music is exclusively for rituals, meant to give offerings to the heart of the forest and the moon. The only other time that we play music is during ceremonies meant to welcome a young blood into our adult world.
You do not hum, do not sing of your own. There's no music outside these rituals.
No, music has an immense importance to us that is used strictly for matters of importance. Say that a
see.
loved one passes. We will play a musical note for them, or a small song, or a piece of a
see.
song, to help guide their
That is-
soul into the realm.
I see. Well, if that's the case, I will press no further. I was only curious. And I greatly appreciate your additional information. I fear we will not see each other much after this day. But it was a pleasure knowing you.
It was a pleasure to educate those who had many questions that they wished to ask. Not as many are quite so studious in their endeavors.
Hey.
But there is one last thing.
Yes.
I made sure to leave a small, not so much poem, but little tale that one can be heard outside. It might prove useful for foreigners, for if they hear humming, they could reference this tale to know if it is dangerous or not.
I see. I will read once we have made our way outside the village. He'll gather the journal and make his way back. I did get the message though. The one does. Yeah, I believe he does also know what potentially being the thing is Spirophilia this year. I just didn't have the time to bring it up.
I mean, you could bring it up before y'all leave. That would probably be a
I
good
guess
time.
so. Yeah, I'd probably do that. So
Unless
I'll
you would
come
wish
back.
to save it for when you're at the Wood Elf Village. It's up to you.
No, it's fine. I could probably just do it as we're kind of making sure on our items. Honestly, it just seems like a point that he just would have added information to the map already, and someone can just make a note of it.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is that, like,
Mhm.
Delon probably knows what the items are more, like,
Right.
based off the story more than anything. Nobody else knows
Mhm.
that. Only Delon would know, like, what potentially you could be looking for. Like, the locations have already been marked on the map, where they roughly are expected to be, but, you know.
Okay.
Because I told Delon about more detailed descriptions about them.
You did. I have a document on it. I'm opening it up now.
Yeah. For those curious,
Secret knowledge all along.
for those curious of the tale in Delon's book, it is this. But alrighty. As Delon heads back to the table, the matriarch actually arrives back inside. She arrives with a few blood huntresses in tow, and she stops briefly at your table. Ah, good. You are all gathered. The items that you have requested have been put into a cart for you all. It is a very light cart that has special tires that will dig into the mud and swamp. Special wheels for this. It will be slow on any other grounds except the swamp, however.
Let's see.
Additionally, she turns to the blood huntresses and simply gives them a firm look. The blood huntresses actually place a hand on their hearts and incline their heads. We apologize.
I am shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
Oh,
Well,
Well, not that shocked.
well, not that shocked. But actually, kind of a little bit, because I didn't think Drow/Sylvian people were even capable of apologies.
That's racist.
I'm gonna say, hey, I'm including that to all elves.
We wish
elvish
to
people are
extend
Mhm.
the olive branch of apology. For at that night, we were deep into the hunt, and we were following the orders that we had been given. Huntresses can become blood-crazed, and at night, becoming difficult to see friend from foe. We hope that the actions taken on that night do not fall ill on the Sylvan people. The matriarch nods, and one of them actually steps forwards with a parcel. It is wrapped in very large waxy leaves. She places it on the table and takes a step back. These were found within the Blood Huntress's domains, specifically within the former Blood Chieftess's living quarters. We believe they were to be given to your group.
Eleanor.
Yeah, Eleanor actually raises a small brow at that, and then reaches over and opens up the leaves. Inside is a set of leather armor that seems to be reinforced, but it's extremely light and almost silky looking as well. Whatever it's woven with, it's not actually leather, but it looks like it. It's a bit of a flowing garb, actually. It looks like some sort of reinforced silk of some sort. Reinforced silken armor or something like that. Inside as well is what looks like a cape of some sort, or a mantle of some such. It has fur around the neck, which seems to have come from a bear of some sort. And the cloak itself is a very regal looking red. Around the neck is a pin that looks very similar to a sigil of the moon. As far as we are aware, the armor there was to be given for successive training. The other item we did not understand why it was within her possessions, but it was parceled with the armor itself, so we deemed it worthwhile to give to you as well. I don't believe I could make much use of the cape, but we appreciate it. The Blood Huntresses nod, turn to the matriarch, who nods back at them. They deeply actually bow their heads and begin heading upstairs. They are on parole. They will not be hunting for quite some time. I hope you find this worthwhile.
"'Tis a gift, your ladyship. It should always be, and one from such people should be respected. And I thank you for it. If I speak alone, then so be it, but it is appreciated, as is their apology."
They were under no curse that I could tell. However, they were absolutely in a crazed state that night. Their focus was on a razor-thin point. Far too razor-thin, I would wager.
If I may ask, your ladyship, now that we know, you've been having these attacks on your villa, yes? These Onis, they show up every night. Am I wrong to say so?
No. Onis attack the Enclave nearly every single night. The frequency and the power of the Oni attacks grows more massive as the moon grows more full. However, when the moon begins to wax instead, when it begins to wane instead, the attacks become less severe and less numerous. And on the new moon, there is no attacks, and we offer celebratory endeavors to the moon.
Hmm. I see. I had a question that went away.
It's alright.
Well, if you want, I can do something else while you're looking for it.
Sure,
Do something so like,
that's fine.
Oh.
Gildas.
yeah, the Tutor Illinois say, well, while the matriarch is still there, why don't you try on the cape? See how the gift fits you.
I could. Eleanor stands up and attempts to put on the cape. It actually completely dwarfs her. I do not believe this is for me.
Alright, Marshall. I'm all about measurements and all that. I assume it's for Dallin.
It does have very broad shoulders.
Uh-huh. Oh, I'll just take it.
I'm just
like,
assuming Gildas had her put it on for shits and giggles.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't want to tell her to try it all, but no, I just take it all, take it. It's like, see how Dallin is like sitting down, reflecting on something, looking for a question. Well, just while he's lost in his thoughts, just put it on him while he's sitting down.
It's a perfect fit.
Uh-huh. Well, there we go. There we have it. Nice wedding gift.
Eh? What? Guan realizes he has I guess the cowl or cape he has around him.
Yes.
Oh. I mean, it is quite nice.
Keep you warm in the cold winter nights, and every move will be not every time close to you. Wink.
Yeah, Gildas, that's funny. You see, actually, Delon, like, because you have such a high perception, I'm not going to bother fitting. You see an almost imperceptible, like, narrow of eyes to Gildas, but he rolls it off and gives a chipper smile. Well, if it does fit and there were no other uses before, I'd be happy to take it. And it is a fine fabric. I guess I did suppose I did finally remember my question. I was curious at how the rate has been increasing, and I worried that for your people's sake, there might be more trouble coming for you. If I were you, your ladyship. If all possible, perhaps some investigation on its origins might be wise to do so.
Your counsel has been heard. We will attempt a communion in the near future. Hopefully some insight can be gained through communing with this If we can commune with it, perhaps we can gather insight.
Well, speaking of insight, I'd like to roll that on what she just said, because she doesn't seem really satisfied with the conclusion. Well, like
Meh.
some bitterness in the voice. There you go.
Wow. Okay.
I believe that's a 17, though.
Nah. Do remember I have my runes on?
Oh, right, you do have that rune on.
Yeah, I was about to say.
You
there's
cheap
this-
bastard!
The whole point of his class, literally.
But alrighty, so with a nat 20 of a 27, so Gilnes, you can tell that she's all clearly in deep thought. Something is clearly bothering her. It's not. You're not sure though if it's whether it's what Delon said, or if it's with the fact that she's going to be seeking communion at all.
So I'll say.
You definitely can tell that what she's saying she wishes to do is a big deal, though. It's something that's not done very often.
Right. So I'll say. You seem almost dissatisfied with the answer, or that the conclusion. Or that, well, something more to it.
Communion is not something to be done lightly. I had hoped to save it for a more disastrous circumstance, or perhaps save it for my future generations. One can only commune every 1,000 years.
With all due respect, your ladyship, if what we saw inside of that building was a foreboding of what is to come, this may be the best time to do so.
Our hesitancy aside, communion is something that we have been considering for some time.
Then I wish you luck, and I wish you safety, as well as your beloved.
We thank thee. We wish you good luck, safe travels, and to have success and make merry.
Delam will nod, and he'll give a polite bow.
You see as she actually reaches down, lifts the bits of her dress a little bit, and does a very genteel bow. A courtesy, if you will.
Mm-hmm. With what little fabric is on her. Let's be honest.
She has fabric below the waist, mostly.
Yeah,
Old
mostly.
ladies flashing you, my god.
She's not doing that, no. She's raising it a bit. In a courtesy.
Yeah, the fabric. All the fabric is on the carpet, so to speak.
Afterwards, she gives you another nod and makes her way towards a table. Eleanor, while you were talking, left for a moment, went upstairs and came back down. When she arrived, she's wearing what can only be described as a black silken robe of some sort with leather pants, essentially.
Mm.
It's kind of like a combination of what she's currently wearing and her drow outfit. It fits rather nicely, and if I didn't know any better, I'd say this is woven spider silk.
And she did all that in less than 3 days. It's some really fine craftsmanship.
I wonder though if she was the one to make it.
No doubt it was the mercantile request, more likely. But the materials, I could believe she was sorted out.
Yes, I believe she could have easily acquired the materials. She would have had to kill a rather large spider, or perhaps several large spiders, to get the amount of silk necessary.
Hmm. In either case, you wed well. You should be proud.
Indeed. Suits you rather nicely.
Dylan's gonna actually kind of roll a joke. Well, with everyone now dressed up and our two ladies looking their best, I think we need to find ourselves a scout to lead us out of the woods.
I feel like I might be able to lead us out this time. I believe I
Oh.
remember the exit.
Well then, lead on, Lady Eleanor.
Sounds excellent. With that, Eleanor actually stands up, looks down at herself a little bit. You can't help but see like a small smile, and she almost seems to be resisting doing a pirouette, if you will. And she actually walks over towards the door, preparing to lead the way out. Well, on to the wood elf village so we can make good on that success in making merry, eh? Tulio just puts his hands behind his head as he walks out the door. Finally!
Well, speaking of making merry, would you allow me about 10 minutes before we leave? Still need to do something. I mean, you're free to accompany me, but shouldn't take long.
Of course, just don't make it more than 10 minutes, or I'm having Eleanor make sure you're ditched.
She wouldn't teach me. I look at Eleanor with puppy eyes.
Now, why would I consider doing that? She gives a mischievous grin and just turns around.
Hola.
Alrighty.
Yes, the cart is over there, then. Probably.
Yes, it is. It's over here. Alright, Gildos.
Yeah, well, first of all, I need my drop. Living war.
As you head over to the cart that they have gifted you, you find that there is a small little vial. It looks like it's silver or crystalline of some sort, and it has a drop in it. There's actually two of them there. Eleanor walks over, smiles, and proceeds to pocket one of the drops.
I'll take the other one and take, well, I guess, water skin, point skin. But at this point, doesn't matter, it's empty. Like, actually put it in, then close the lid. And then, like, everyone can just see. I mean, I'm not sure how this works anyway. Because, like, I've never done it once before, I just know it does. But, just see the grace of Bridget in my neck, like, glow a bit. As I hold the water skin. But then, like, suddenly just hear, like, liquid slushing around it. Just move my hand, like it was full now. As I uncork it, you just smell wine from it. And I'll say that because the water's a bit green, instead of like red wine, it's actually white wine inside of it. What I'll say.
Very nice. Oh, making us a drink for the road, eh?
Unfortunately, Yorm, the lady has dibs on it. Or rather, first serve, I should say.
Oh, fair enough. Only makes sense for the founder of the feast to get the first dibs.
Aye, and she did save us from a terrible fate. It's only natural.
Alright, only natural I respond in kind, offer her a one-of-a-kind drink. And with that, I head toward the pagoda. The first time.
Mm.
Is it? No, it's the second time. First time
It is the
is-
second
is
time,
the
actually.
pagoda, yeah. It's like, oh hey, phase. Well, they better not steal the wine.
So as you arrive at the pagoda, you see that there's several fae just kind of chilling around in there, just relaxing. When you approach with the wine, some of them perk up and like look as if it's for them, but you're easily able to like ward them off and be like, shoot, not for you,
Yeah,
and they
I just shake
listen.
my head.
They listen
Yeah.
with all of them having like a pout or like a sneer. One sticks his tongue out at you.
I got walnuts. You got nothing to say to me. Got 3 of them. What I trade? No. Yeah, I'll probably go with the center. There's probably an altar or something.
There is actually an altar there.
Yeah.
The altar is clearly allowed to shine down, so it has a skylight in the pagoda, and during the daytime the sun shines on that spot, but during the nighttime, the moonlight would assumedly shine there. But there is no other symbols of any sort of religion there. It is merely a altar that has like a wreath around it and some flowers and fruits and all that, and the light that would shine on it.
Right. So, essentially, yeah, I move up to the altar, light up 2 incense sticks, and, like put the wine glass in the middle, then pour down the wine on it, inside of it.
Very nice. So shortly after you do so, you feel like the sunlight shining in the room is a little warmer.
Then I'll step back and say, I know last night I evoked a miracle out of you. Rather soon, I'll be honest, but that was one of those dire situations that needed it. But there was also something you gave me when you gave me this here necklace. But also comes another power, and that is transform water into wine. And it does so happen that this very village has a special water, one that can heal any ailments, as far as I know. So, through the both combined, I made wine out of it, a one-of-a-kind wine, just for you, as a mean to repay your kindness, and as to fulfill my duty as a champion. So I hope, my lady, that you will find this drink satisfactory and even enjoy it. And with that, I'll just join my hands in a prayer and kneel down as well, as I've been natural.
Alright. So as you do so, you offer your prayer, you lower your head down, and even with your head lowered, you see visibly as the light in the room grows brighter and brighter, notably over the altar. and as it does so, you feel the flickering of a warm fire's embrace. And when the light dulls a little bit, it begins to fade. You hear Bridges speak to you. Your gift is well received, my champion. We can forgive the expedient use of our gifts, so long as you do not make a habit of it.
Well, I'll just shake my head and answer, but don't say anything, because, I mean, I know. I feel guilty about it already.
When you look up, though, the wine glass is empty.
Alright. That. As I imagine, the room is probably getting colder as well.
There is actually a warmth that lingers in the pagoda for a bit.
Yeah, once I see the empty glass, I just nod in satisfaction. We'll join the party. Man. Yeah, it was really hard to say something, you know, like you have a stuffed nose, because like, you know, there's some inflections you call, like, it's like, you know, I'm trying to make my, but like, every time it's like, I can't, just like,
Like, I know how you feel.
Alright, but yeah,
Alrighty.
I did say there this here would be at the pagoda, so could just leave it there.
Very nice. So once the party has gathered at the edge of the Drow village, Eleanor takes point, and with Velise pulling the new cart with your goods on it, you begin to head out. Right as Eleanor leads you to the edge of the village, which all of you are just completely disoriented as you step past the 60 foot mark essentially. But she's able to navigate it actually. She gets a little lost, but she manages to navigate it and leads you to the actual gate to the village, which when you come to it, it's simply two very tall trees that are arching over each other to create a sort of a gate.
Oh, we're going for the approaches first, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, okay, I just wanted to confirm.
As you exit through this gate, you feel like the area around you shifts a bit, and you feel a little farther away from where you once were. There we go. And when you appear, a raspy voice is right next to you. Safe travels.
Well, thank you, Forrest.
And don't forget my doll, or I'll come get you.
Bye, Uluru. I'll remember. I'll be sending it by mail.
What's mail?
You'll see.
Delon pauses and glances it up. Bub. Dole?
I'm gonna make it an event. Just you watch. I need to write that in my notes or Evan will forget.
I need to write it in my notes, or otherwise the arbitrary god that puppets me will forget.
Yeah.
We know how
Wait,
forgetful
wait.
it is.
Wait. You trying to find a doll?
Yeah, a toy. Uluru needs it.
She
Not just-
requested this of you.
Precisely.
Not just want it, but needs it.
What kind of a doll?
I don't know. She wasn't specific.
Oh, for good gracious, Sir Bob. One does not take a lady's request and doesn't ask questions.
I did ask questions. She didn't say anything specific. So I'm gonna get her something fun and cool and one of a kind because I'm Bub.
I think the
Let's go,
only
man.
specification she gave was
Yeah.
like it needs to have a pretty dress.
Yes.
Yeah, like, so I was gonna die and say, like, calm
I'm
down. Some ladies,
90% decided on getting it, having it be like a ornately carved dragon with the dress on.
yeah, like, I just look at that and say, calm now. Some ladies do like when you don't ask questions.
This is Bub's. This is Bub Quest. I just want to make sure that he takes it seriously.
I take every job very seriously. It's
Good,
gonna be the best toy.
indeed. And I'll hold you to it. You don't want to make someone like that angry.
That's true. Ularu's very wise and powerful. I just say that like it's the most obvious thing in the world.
Well then, with that being said, shall we head over and find those poachers, Bub?
Yeah, let's get them. They won't see us coming because our stealth score will be so high.
Skill challenge!
Ba-ba-da-ba.
Oh, boy.
Challenge square!
Wow.
Honestly, I found the final form of the skill challenge. I'll tell you guys later if I remember.
Alright, so as you begin traveling through the Savage Lands, I want one of you to make a roll for navigation of some sort. I'll let you pick one based off the skills that you have. But remember, if one of you makes one of those, another player can't make that same roll.
All right,
I will just make the same roll as usual, honestly. So,
perception.
yeah.
Byakugan! The superior dojutsu.
It's like we got a
Based-
survival roll, a nature roll, and a perception roll. It's like, oh, we found a way.
The background just doesn't have the power of plot, so I'm gonna make a survival check,
Nice.
but I'm gonna guidance, or I guess I'll have
Oh.
Gilda's guidance. maybe.
Yeah, I guided you, yeah.
Sounds good.
Imagine not using your cantrips.
Survival no jutsu. Nice.
All right, and so with
D4.
oh no, I have a okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why it doesn't have the roll. Okay, 22.
Alrighty. So with the 22, as you begin traveling through the Savage Lands, Bub, you can't help but feel like your time at the Drow Village has helped you get more acquainted with the Savage Lands as a whole. So
Yeah.
you're able to guide around and help make sure the party doesn't get lost, even better than before.
Cool.
Alright. Next victim, I mean participant.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a damn ranger with like forest skills. Like, how do we even get lost in the forest, damn it?
Because it's a special forest that has plot armor.
Man, what a useless ranger you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. The one time we went into a magical forest, we got lost. Never get lost in this magical forest. Alrighty, who's making the next roll?
Well, the question is, what can we roll is the question.
So a roll that feels appropriate based out of your skills.
You're gonna use your perception. Is that your highest one?
At a +10, yeah. It is.
Yeah.
The next in line is the +7 inside medicine. But, you know.
I'd go for the biggest one. That's what I would do.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just looking at my options right now. Like what I have.
My character's gradually getting better stats, so he'll actually be able to do decent on a skill challenge.
Oh, man. I could use perception, yes. I could use history. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, fucking perception, like always. Cool. Navigation by eyes.
Alright. I didn't hear a guidance, so I'm gonna declare the roll. 17.
Yeah, but you got me, the guidance me on that.
Too late. Gildos is like, I guidanced you. Why didn't you guidance me, you little shit?
Yeah. Yeah,
I pat your back, you pat mine. Come on.
I'm gonna bust the one anyways. It's like,
But alrighty. So with I'll say 17 because I did declare the roll already. You'll be leading the way this time, Gildos. Looking around, and you still just, I would say, really dislike this disorienting forest. You swear that like it plays tricks on your senses, and it's just you just can't stand things that do that. But all that said, you feel like you're making progress, even with its tomfuckery. All
I
right.
mean, when everything is twisted, technically finding a straight path is easier, right? Because I mean, it stands out.
True, technically, perhaps. All right. Who wants to make the last skill challenge? Do you want one of the NPCs to do it, or do you want to like Delon to try? Delon?
Mm-hmm.
Skill challenge.
I don't know what kind of one you want me to make.
It would be one of the skills that's appropriate based off your skill set that you have as Delon. You currently could not make a perception or survival roll, but anything else that you could feel that would be appropriate would work.
Guess insight, maybe.
That could work to see through the trickery and illusions.
I don't know.
Historically speaking, this path went this way.
Yeah. Well,
That's
I
history. That's not insight.
guess. No, I mean, because it doesn't make any sense. Like athletics. Screw it. I'm just gonna blow my way through.
Yeah, just help us
Exactly.
get through the brush, dude. Makes sense to me.
Yeah. By
Strong arm it then?
what you doing?
Athletics. Punch my way through the forest at one tree at a time.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you're in the jungle with machete. They're like, cha, cha, get out of my way. Like, oh, sorry, Bub, I kind of forgot about you right now, but, you know, damn tree. You know?
We have to blindfold Bub while it happens. Bub's like, I hear falling. Is there a lot of
No.
dead trees?
I imagine Bub's like, it's okay, we're just doing some brushwork. Free of charge.
I don't know which one you guys want me to do.
It's up to you, really. If you want to roll a skill for it, that is appropriate. Couldn't do perception or survival currently. But if you can find like a reason to roll another thing, you could. Like, Evan said that historically the road went this way. That is a viable thing to do.
Yeah,
Like,
I
if
mean, that's why I
historically
actually
there was a
wanted to-
road here at this point, even if the road was being tomfuckery, the historical road work could lead you through illusions, even if the
I'm gonna roll
illusions are saying
history
you're
then.
walking into a chasm.
I'll roll history then, I guess.
Alrighty.
I'll guidance you too, you know,
Yeah.
kind like that.
Stop that. That's
But
not
like
bad.
Bub over there, just forgets about it. Unless he has to roll, it's like, oh, can you guidance me?
So that's a D4 on top of that. So roll 1d4. There we go.
Yeah, 19.
19. So we have a 21, a 17, and a 19. So in the first leg of the journey, Bub takes point, and you make great progress heading through the Savage Lands towards your destination. Bub just seems to know exactly where he's going at all times. Or certainly you'd hope so. He is a druid here. Gilnos, you take point on the second leg of the journey, and you travel, and again, the illusions and the weird fey tomfuckery keeps fucking with your senses, but you're able to make it through pretty much alright. You felt like you were a bit impeded, but not too badly. And Delon with a 19, You take point on the third leg of the journey. You're on the back of LSA, who's pulling the cart, so it's going pretty good there. And as you take point, you think about the roads here and kind of like where they were historically before the forest was overgrown, before the wall was up. And even though the illusions are telling you like, oh, you're about to walk off into a bog, or you're walking on quicksand, you muscle on ahead, and you're actually completely unharmed as you ignore what the illusions are trying to warn you off of, as you're confident that there is a firm road beneath your feet. And with that, give me one moment. Let's see, where is it? Here we go. With that, the party arrives at their destination. When you arrive, you can immediately smell a bit of what smells like iron in the air. And as you arrive, you can also tell that there are some trees that seem to be a little knocked over, and that there's some arrows dotted around here and there. A battle happened here just a little bit ago. You are all currently, I would say, about up here-ish, where you all currently are positioned. There is a bit of a haze in the air, which is mildly obscuring your vision, but not heavily. For all intents and purposes, this green here, like this here, is boggy water. Stuff like this is raised up, but stuff like this around here is like ground level. This would be a bit raised up, but it's only a bit raised up from the water's edge.
Well, that's a lot.
What can we see outside of the terrain and all that?
So outside of the terrain from your current position, I would say that... Oh, by the way, another thing, a lot of this stuff could be used as cover if you wanted to. Because this stuff there's a lot of like little alcoves here. But let's see, Gildos, with your passive perception, I would say that passively as you're looking around, even though the fog is here, you can hear what sounds like kindling or like a fire over this direction. Sounds like there's like a fire that's been lit, or like there's like a fire, like not a fireplace, but just like a campfire or something over here. That kind of kindling is over there. You also hear what sounds like a certain kind of a giggling that you've gotten kind of acquainted with.
Goblins.
Indeed.
Right, not that far away, you can see there's an orc that looks like he's face down in the water. He has two big, depressions in his body. They look like he was stabbed by two large something or others.
History check, maybe?
You could make a history, survival, or investigation roll, I would say would be the most appropriate.
Well, history is my highest, so... Well, not high enough, clearly. Too much fog.
Yeah, you can't quite tell what caused those, but they're pretty big, deep bite marks or something similar, stabbings. Yorm looks over this way with his perception, and he sees another dead orc up on the hill. Some rats are currently nibbling on him.
Right, well, I'll speak up and say, well, to our right, there seems to be a campfire. Further down, I'm hearing some goblin laughter. And we got ourselves a dead orc right below us. Anything else?
I can see a dead orc down that way. Some rats are currently nibbling at his corpse. Forgot how opportunistic giant rats can be. Julio pipes up after this. Well, I mean, we got a bit of a haze in the air. That could be very useful for us if we wanted to surprise somebody.
My question is, are the orcs and goblins with the poachers? Or the poachers somebody else completely, entirely? But in which case, should we side with, well, the enemy of the poachers or not? Maybe find out what they're up to. Well, might be obvious, but you never know.
If it was a mix of orcs and humans, it would make some sense. Goblins are the quickest able to gather that many animals in such a short period of time. But we see man and orc dead. It's hard to say.
Well, until you said, we can easily sneak around, so why don't we do so, investigate further before we do anything too rash?
Sounds like a plan. Eleanor nods. I think that investigating and attempting to approach them with surprise would be the best bet.
And we need to split our forces, move around, make sure we have advantage. If we don't, if there want to be a few of us to reveal ourselves in a surprise maneuver, we want to make sure that we have them in that nature. Not assume that we're all in one location together.
Right. Well, if we're taking a stealthy approach, I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace.
Sounds good. Give me a moment. I'm exiting the game and I'm going to re-enter it real quick.
Okay.
Ah, then, darling, what kind of team do you suggest then? Or are the teams?
How many teams are we going to have? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 7 of us.
7 teams, all on our own. Boom.
No.
That word still counts as mine. Only counts as one.
I'll just preemptively make my stealth roll, so get it out of the way.
Sounds good.
Go 17.
Gonna have Eleanor roll her stealth as well.
Kebab. Damn. Well, bit. It's only 13, but still. Plus 22.
Or you could be casting guidance during this.
Yeah, I could, but I won't because of you.
Book of Grudge.
I'm joking. I'll probably cast it on Darlan actually, yeah. Because he'd be the one that has trouble stealthing around.
Yeah, I was thinking we could have Delana, either he rides on his horse and stealthy that way, or he can ride on me who's stealthing.
Yeah, because at this point I rolled a 1, guys. It's kind of an auto fail.
I mean, it's still a 12 technically, but yeah.
Yeah. I guess I could roll for Velese.
Yeah,
and
if
see
you're
what
on
he-
Belisay's back, you could roll his stealth
Yeah.
if you wanted.
Yeah. All right.
I can see the horse like on his tippy toes.
And let's tip the
It's
toes.
just the Eldorado horse.
It's like exactly.
I guess doesn't exactly have.
You could click his deck stat essentially. I think that would
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
That's a 14.
14. That's good enough.
I got 24.
Yep.
That's one stealthy horse, I tell you.
Hey, it's
Hits
a
the
Fey
boots.
horse.
It's tornado.
Lands in, but you don't, so you still get spotted. Why damn deadly? Why is there a floating dragonborn out there to boot us?
You know, on goblins or orcs, that could work for some reason.
Yeah.
A floating dragonborn! Ah, dragonborn coast!
Roll intimidation instead of stealth. It's like,
See, Bob got a 23, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a 21. That's a 37 from Tulio, because Giga Chad Stealth Rogue.
Yeah.
24.
My stealth
Forgot
roll
to
actually
fail,
isn't that good. That's why I got the spell.
if you're so good at stealth, you forgot about it.
Oh yeah,
Man,
Ophelia,
if only
right?
they had a mass invisibility in it.
Eleanor will eventually get access to more invisibility. She actively chose to have see invisibility instead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. Hold on, yeah.
17.
There's something I forgot to point out, but like, I'm using my Blessing on the Forge on my Warhammer before we set out too.
Sounds
So
good.
I have, until I have like magic weapons, I have to make them myself. Like, yeah, I got magic everything else, but I still hit for like +0.
So those are the stealth rolls. In order, that is a 17, 17, 21, 21,
23,
23, 24,
24,
37.
37.
There we go. From lowest to highest. So you all will be able to travel along quite nicely. Because people actually have disadvantage to perceive in this fog right now, in this haze.
And I could pet one of those dead orcs. Technically. Would I? No. Do it once, not twice.
You could just say that you're the war. You could say you're a real war chief this time, actually.
I mean, yeah, I'm like. And not goblins. But I mean, if we spot it, if we
It's like,
spot it.
hey, he's like, what are you doing here? I am real war chief. Why are you poaching? Ah,
I mean, we're assuming they're poaching, maybe they're not.
you poaching? You get club. Club. Wait, we're
Yeah.
not even part of that. Shut up, what club.
I mean, like, yeah, that might be the opportunity to get orcs in my tribe too. Like, they're receptive, but just depends.
So, I like that Rim's thinking about that long term. He's like, I could recruit these guys.
Nah, I mean, we don't even know what their deal is yet, because we don't even know if they're poachers or not.
True. But alrighty. So with your stealth rolls having been had, and the mention of partying up to split up, Tulio will look around and say, I'd recommend anybody who's coming with me can operate very quietly. Or at least can make themselves scarce if need be. I'd say that if I could actually see some of these fellows, so we could find a way to maybe cause a light to spread some of this away, then perhaps I could stay back in the fog and perhaps the thundercrack could be intimidating.
Oh, I do have silence prepared. You just put like your breath there, put silence over him, and like. "Patoo, patoo."
Yorm just takes a shot while behind half cover. No thundercrack needed.
I have other use of my concentration right now. So unfortunately, I have to wait.
I could go with anyone who needs more magical aid. Say if one of you needs to be hasted, or if one of you needs cover fire from spells.
Who's tanky enough to bring the wizard with them? That's the real question.
Gildas and Delon, like, let's bring the wizard with us.
Honestly, that's probably the best idea, in my opinion.
Taking
In case shit goes down, yeah.
Ophelia also speaks up. I could go alone if need be.
Delon actually speaks up. With all due respect to your ladyship, I would not feel comfortable with you going by yourself.
I understand as well. It was merely a suggestion.
Thank you. At a game, who's left who hasn't been bundled? I'm gonna get.
Believe Bob hasn't decided where he's going. Like, nobody has decided which group they're going in yet. But
Bob, why don't you hang out with the dead lady?
What was that?
Bob, why don't you hang out with the dead lady? Go right ahead, hang out. Or Tulio.
Yeah,
Tulio
okay.
actually wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, how about me and her, and then the other two?
Yeah, Tulio
parties
and
to be-
Yorm are snipers. And then the heavy hitters.
Who's
with
gonna be the
mage.
party of three, though?
Well, we got Eleanor and the groupies, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's alright.
So the plan is Yorm and Tulio are gonna be the snipers. Bub goes with Ophelia, and Eleanor is going with Delon and Gildas. Is that correct?
Yep.
Alright, I will separate a little bit. Ah, what the fuck is happening? That was weird.
The goblin came in your house.
Apparently.
What the fuck is that? Computer.
Okay, there we go. That would be the three groups. Julio also pipes up after this. Alright, so now that we know where we're going, what's our plan of approach?
Well, I think, well, first, we find any information we can. Then, if we do get spotted, hopefully it will be our group. We can cause a big enough distraction that the other two group can act in better, well, make use of that. We'll look at that and see if it has anything else.
I was thinking of going down the east side with Ophelia, since that has the least amount of people, and we can go any direction.
Yeah, you
True.
can talk to the rats.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's my
rat.
move.
The tankier people can go down the center, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can tank those
And
hits.
our snipers can,
Clean up.
hit everything, and even go to the west side if they want to.
Let's say.
Eleanor will also pop in, mention something as well. If we need to have communications, I could send something to you.
Okay. Important question.
Okay.
Do you want me
Yes,
to
sir.
maintain my concentration, or do you want me to use other spells in the combat? Because, like, do we want to dart back and forth stealth-wise, or do we just want
I'm gonna
to
tell you
have
this,
stealth
if-
for the ambush itself?
have the self for the ambush, and then if it goes bad, I want you to rain lightning upon
Yeah, that's
every
what I was
last
thinking.
one of them.
But
That's
this is
exactly
Yeah.
what I want from the above.
Lightning and
Yeah,
fire.
so I'm gonna
let's
wait for
go.
you guys to jump out for the sneak attack, and then I'm
I-
gonna see where things are, and if things are bad, I'm gonna cast the call lightning and transform into a beast.
Okay,
That's my
thank
plan.
you. And then as the song "Fire to destroy all you've done," as you just
Yeah.
rain lightning upon our enemies.
Nice. And yeah, honestly, there's usually not much of a statistical benefit to having Pass Without Trace active in combat.
Yeah.
But,
I
you
mean,
know,
unless we're a certain kind of party. But
yeah, unless you're the
we
kind of
build
like,
it early
Pass
game.
Without Trace, attack, hide. Pass
No,
Without
I'm
Trace,
literally
attack, hide.
suggesting when we play our midgets, if we play a midgets game, I want us to optimize for stealth. And
Yeah, but
we can just be
also
merchants.
in a situation like that, DeLon would have like on a sting operation, an actual sting. He'd have been like, no, keep passive without trace on, sneak is like sneak, kill, stab, pull to side, as like drop body or knockout, drop body, continue pass to go till we get to where we're going, and then we leave and we're gone. This is a yeah, pass without trace for now, and then if this goes bad, call lightning and beast.
I'm
Can't
so
wait for the
proud.
time when Bub is a giant elk with Julia on his back, and then there's also lightning bolts of death and destruction falling from the
Yeah.
sky.
Oh, Marshall.
What's up?
Why did I roll like medicine for like the check on the dead orc? I'm done.
I don't know, why didn't you?
I know, right?
Do you want to still roll medicine when you get closer and you can more physically examine
Yeah,
him?
probably. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm gonna do.
Sounds good, you could do that. But alright, so with that, I believe we have our plan of approach. So I want you all to go ahead and roll me your initiatives.
19 again.
Yeah, 6. Also, I forgot to click on my thing for the millionth time.
See, that's the. Okay, so get rid of this one then.
Okay, that didn't actually add him.
What did you roll, Bub?
Yeah, 6.
Okay, 6.13. Okay. Add. And I think you can put your initiative on that. I think you can.
So, for some reason, Eleanor was on it, but you removed her.
Ah, okay. So like somehow must have removed the wrong one. It's fine. Cause on my end, I keep the initiatives from the past maps, but yours I don't. But on your end, they just appear and disappear. It's mildly frustrating. It didn't used to do that. I don't know why it does that nowadays. 12.16. So Bob, are you able to edit your initiative that's on the turn order?
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Cool beans. Petulio sheet, initiative, roll.
Goddamn, point 30.
Damn! Tulio steps on a log, falls in the water, trips, causing a large splash on his return. Crit fail on initiative. Your surprise round is fucked. No, I'm kidding. No, you didn't get a crit on the stealth on the surprise round, so you know, nothing too bad's happening. Yorm, initiative. And Ophelia, initiative.
Why
Alright.
must I have the highest initiative? Why? Every time, what's the good rule of that? Like, I don't give a shit about my initiative. It's an 18, it's a 19, it's a 20. Don't thank us.
Alrighty. So with this initiative down, I will use. This actually works pretty decently. So starting with Eleanor, Gilnos, and Delon, you all can start moving stealthily up to your move speed.
Right.
Keep in mind if you step in the water, that does make a splashing noise.
But we pass with our trace.
True.
We don't leave no tracks or other traces of its passage.
Well,
So I don't
let me
think-
read past that trace real quick. And silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has a plus 10. Can't be tracked except by magical means. A creature that receives this bonus leaves behind no tracks or other traces of his passage. I'm not saying you're leaving tracks in the water. I'm saying that if you make a splashing noise would be heard. Even probably with this on.
A splashy nose is a track. Anyway.
No, it ain't. A track is like a footprint.
Well, we have a veil of silence on us. Anyway, whatever.
That's not what that says.
We just won't go in the water, so for now I'll just go trudging along this side of the thing.
Honestly, just stepping in the water is just a cue for me to make a perception roll.
Right. So I go there and examine Mr. Dead.
Alright.
Nice, 21.
21. So the 21. Gilnos. So with the 21, as you look at these very deep, they're almost deep curved piercings on him. When you examine them more closely, you realize that they look very similar to a snake bite, but if the snake's teeth were as large as a blade.
Uh-huh. That's bad. Well, yeah, I'll just wait for later on Darren to be around. Back closer, I guess.
Sounds good. So, Delon, you can move up to Velisay's move speed. Keep in mind, if Velisay steps into the water a bit, there would be a splash, but that's just a cue for me to make a perception roll to see if I beat the party's median stealth. Because it's not based off your individual stealth, it's actually based off of the median of the collective stealth of the people moving around.
I'm moving over here, avoiding the water.
Alrighty. Yeah, so you're ducking that little alcove. Sounds good.
Yeah.
So from here, Delon, I would say that you can hear you can see the flame of the fireplace of the little campfire that they have there, and you can see.
Oh, they have a little house and they had a fireplace.
No, so there's no house, just a campfire.
It's a Yoda mud hut.
No, the Yoda mud hut's elsewhere.
Oh.
No, but you see a campfire kind of flickering in the fog. You can't see it clearly because it's more of like the outline of a fire flickering. You can see about 4 figures kind of like around the fire. They seem to be like gesturing around a lot. You can actually hear them giggling and talking a bit. As they do so, you hear one just kind of like laugh to himself. Ah, easy money, easy long coin. Yeah, super easy. Stupid orcs are dead. Hey, wasn't he like important? Nah, he dead. No important. What were we getting paid for again? Easy long coin.
Dummies.
But yeah, it's very clear from how they're gesturing that they have what either are clubs or bottle-shaped things in their hands.
I don't like the sound of that because, they're talking specifically about long cords. I'm like, well, shit, they're mine.
Well, that's your turn, I assume, correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Alrighty. Eleanor is going to move down close to Gildas, but not step in the water either. What do you see, Gildas?
Well, at the moment, I see a dead orc beaten by a giant snake, most likely. As for whatever else, dear GM, what do I see now? I forgot to ask.
what's your elf
Oh.
I see?
They're taking the goblins to Asteria.
So, Gildas, from here you can see that there is a familiar to you bunch of mushrooms and brambles sticking out of the swampy water over here.
Uh-huh.
This just seems to kind of be resting there. And from here, you can hear more chittering. More the similar sort to what you're familiar with.
Right.
Man, those new goblins are so stupid. Why do they get to have some of our money? Because we told them little thing about some brigadier, and they believe it.
So,
Brigadier? I thought it was Brigadier. You Brigadier! You hear then a smack. Ow, cluck, cluck!
what the heck is a brigade thing? Feel like some insight is required.
You could roll
Towards
insight.
Like, the orc accent is too thick. I get
14.
it.
So with a 14, you're able to basically understand that it could very likely be a mispronunciation of Brigid.
Just what my first thoughts.
And
And so, combined with what I just heard on my right, and I'll continue on to say to Eleanor, well, to have a dead orc killed by a giant snake. Over here, I point to this mound, we have our very familiar to us, whatchamacallit trudge that we fought in the temple. To our right, where Dallin went, are some of my tribe's goblins. And past us are other goblins, not of my tribe, but who hired them as well. Or so says the orc that's with them.
I see. I think you should head over and talk to your goblins. They'll fall in line, right?
Oh, they should. I mean, they know what's coming otherwise.
Club club.
Though, it seems the other orcs have the same idea. Well, we'll see. After all, if they're gonna insult my goddess, well, it's only right that I show them what you can do.
Very true. A little bit of club club could go around. That will be Eleanor's turn. Ophelia's turn. So the way I'm mostly going to be treating this is that, like, until combat actually breaks out, I'm just letting the group that's with that group go on the first initiative in that turn, essentially. So Bub and Ophelia can go here. Ophelia nods to you, Bub. Lead the way.
Yay.
And
Trips
Bub, you
balls.
can move up to your movement at the moment.
Hold up. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless
Can
you.
I like kind of like use this and like hide on the corner? Or no, they would hear me move in the water, probably.
They'd make a perception roll and see if they could beat
Like,
you and
wouldn't they
Ophelia's
see me?
combined median. There's a pretty lightly thick haze in the air. It's kind of hard to see more than like a few, I would say like 10 feet in front of you, like with obvious clarity. So if you
Maybe,
were
like-
there, they could see you, but
Maybe,
like,
one to the right.
yeah, they can't see you right now. The rats can't.
That's where I'll go.
But if you step into the water, I just make an active perception
Yeah.
roll essentially.
Okay, I'll stay close to the ground and ears open.
Sounds good. So, perception roll uses this. Yeah, they can't see you. They didn't hear that. Well, they heard it, but the rats don't seem bothered by it. They look up, but they don't see you. You're too small hanging from the alcove there. Ophelia will come down as well. It's 10 feet. She's gonna stay on the edge. So, Bub, from this angle, you can see that there are several rats here that are just gnawing on two different orc corpses.
Mhm.
The orc corpses seem to have very deep stab wounds, two actually, into their bodies. The rats seem to have just run over and are just nibbling away at them, essentially.
Hmm. Okay.
Bub and Revenge of the Giant Rats!
Dun, dun, dun.
Alrighty. So, I believe that's your turn, correct? Because you're not starting the scuffle yet, right? Bub?
Bub is dead.
There is no Bub, only Zool. I will assume that is Bub's turn then.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue concentrating, and I don't think there's really anything else I could do that wouldn't alert them to where I am. So
The only thing I could say is that Bub could attempt to talk with a rat.
is that something I could just do?
Yeah, you're a druid. You could talk to animals.
But wouldn't they hear me talking to the animal?
It sounds like rat talk to anyone else. It's like squeak squeaks.
Might as well. Beep 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 beep.
Yeah, to anyone else, when like a druid is talking, they're talking like perfectly miming the animal that they're talking to.
Yeah, so I'm gonna talk to the rats and I'm gonna say, like, would I know what type of rats they are just by looking at them?
Yes, you've seen these kinds of rats before. They bit you a lot. You were scared of them. You threw fire at them once. These are not the same rats. These are not the same rats, but they are the same breed of rats, the same kind.
Rats. Okay.
These are giant rats, yeah, but they're not the exact same rats from the cellar. Those are dead.
I guess, hello. Were you taken from your home by these poachers?
So, one of the rats looks up at you, and like, it has a bit of like orc flesh in its mouth. It just kind of swallows it, and you hear as it squeaks back at you, "What's a poacher?"
They're people who take you from your home and sell you.
The rat burrow's fine. Glorious feast.
Yeah, I just look at like what they're eating.
But just eating a dead orc.
And I'm gonna say, okay, so you're not working for anyone?
What's work?
Oh shit. Bub's head explodes. I'm just kidding.
Bub's head explodes. Just like instantly, pow, instantly. Pow.
Yeah, so Bub's gonna be like,
A rat.
I'm gonna feed you guys if y'all will go over there real quick. Points to like away from the
So you're telling them to go to the middle?
No, to go like off the map. So
Oh.
we don't have to fight them.
So the rats kind of like think for a little bit, and like they look down at like the orc corpses, and they look back up at you. What's you feeding us? Food? More food?
Yeah. What kind of food would I have on me? Let's have a look.
You have the berries.
Yeah, you have good berries, I think.
Yeah,
Lord.
but I
Look
mean,
at it here.
I have a bunch of rations I've never eaten.
You could
Yeah,
you could just
walnuts.
give them some rations. Yeah, you also have I think 3 walnuts.
All right, so
To
I'm gonna
give
get
you-
out like 5 things of rations, and like, you know, put them over there. And I'll be like, here you go, lots of extra food I have.
So they go over to like the dried meat and all that, and they're like sniff at it a bit, and they take it and they just kind of skedaddle.
Nice, very productive first round.
Both convinced this many giant rats just dip.
Oh no, not the XP.
That's very old school D&D. I'm just gonna give you this food if you won't fight me. That's very old school D&D.
Hey, it
Hey,
works.
they're like old.
So functionally, I'm gonna treat them like they have red X's.
Okay.
Even though they're not dead. But they are now gone. So on Yorm and Tulio's initiative, Tulio points across the way, and Tulio's going to make an acrobatics roll. Tulio does a little bit of a running jump and gets across. Yorm will make a... Let's see. He'll make a dex roll as well. Yorm does the same, but he doesn't get as far across.
To be legs, what let him.
Julio will look behind him at Yorm and go, "Not bad for a man with short legs." "Not that much shorter than yours. Quiet." "Have you know I'm quite tall for a dwarf."
Tulio, toss me.
That happens later.
Bro.
Do me a favor, but toss me.
So then it goes back around to Gilna, Stellan, and Eleanor.
Well, let's see. If I'm gonna go to the goblins, I have to break stealth. So are you all fine with it? Well,
Party.
now time to say your piece. Don't say your word, or forever hold your peace.
Mm-hmm.
Like the boy fucking. Well, you know.
But yeah,
mean,
my
if I'm
plan
the
is
only
to
one-
try to find the animals that are in captivity, or I could just hide and store them. I can't see the enemies, so I can't target them technically. That's the problem.
And again,
You can make
if
an
I'm the only-
active perception roll, or you could make attacks with like disadvantage, kind of a thing.
But yeah, I'm thinking I'll use the arrow of going kind of in this way, getting these 2 guys, and then moving towards here.
Yeah. The
That
thing,
means these guys for you.
the thing Rem was asking though is like, if he ends up
Mhm.
talking to the goblins, he's technically would be breaking stealth.
Yeah.
So he's asking if the party is okay with that. To him talking to the goblins, which are right over here. These goblins, he wants to talk to them because he heard them say long coin.
All I know is that if you do so, I can strike. So
Yeah.
go right ahead.
Okay, yeah, go for it. I don't really care that much. And if you guys want to run after you talk to the goblins, we could regroup and stealth and then come back again.
That is actually viable. How
I
much
can't believe
these
we've never
same
tried
goblins
that,
of the same people would still be here in that amount of time? You don't know, but you know.
Yeah, but I mean, since there's fog everywhere, it's actually viable this time.
Yeah.
Well,
It's offering essentially like I'd say like light to medium obscurement depending on how close you are to someone.
there you go. Make a point to go in the water too. Well then, yeah, I'll just approach as they're talking to about something.
So as you begin approaching, the goblin that can't see you, like waves his bottle around wildly. This is good stuff. We need to make sure we get some for War Chief. And then the other three stand up, dropping their bottles, and go, War Chief!
Uh-huh. So I'll just say, give what to me?
The goblin, like, immediately, like, goes, and jumps around, and then just holds up a half-empty bottle. This for you, War Chief?
Right. Now then, what are you four doing out there in the middle of the forest? My first question.
Goblin, marches right up to you, Gildas. Better question. What's an ugly human doing talking to my goblins?
Well, first of all, it's my goblins as I swore shift to you.
Yeah, don't disrespect War Chief. War Chief make you get club. You'll never get back up. Quiet. I have the club. As he holds up a big wooden stick, essentially.
Literally a big ass club.
It's a literal
What
big
now,
club, yes.
Gildas? He has the real club.
As he says that, you actually see your goblins like flinch back a little bit. Yeah.
But, my good orc, can your club do this? So hold my warhammer literally lit it up on fire.
Whoa! What? You're not War Chief or human. What is this, shaman?
Well, I looked at the goblins.
That War Chief! He pincore! He's gonna fuck you up! Yeah, get him, War Chief! Get him, Club! Club him where it hurts!
Oh, I could. I looked to the orc. Or, before that, you could tell me all I need to know about this little operation.
The orc actually looks at his big wooden club, looks at the four goblins, looks at your flaming mace, and just kind of like, I'm not paying enough for this. Fuck 'em. I got paid my work. I was enjoying a brew. Some sort of ugly humies going around getting orcs and goblins to help them, wrangle things, and we throw nets and shoot arrows at them a little bit. Most of them plunk right off, but we eventually hit them with the sleeping arrows, and big creatures go to sleep, and then we lock them up, and they wheel them away, and then they come back and give us coin.
Uh-huh. So, humans are at the helm, then?
Yeah, ugly ones. Then again, you's all ugly.
Oh, so are you, so I guess I take that as a compliment.
No, I'm the good kind of ugly. My teeth jut out. Yours don't.
Not yet. See if we get older. Will we jut out so much it'll fall out? You'll see. But I heard there was some other goblins too, but not in my tribe.
Oh, they just random big rogue, What Chief? They're kind of rude though.
Oh, I heard them misnaming my lady we'll worship. So I have
Hey,
a peace
what?
of mind. Well, not the goblins themselves, but another one of your compatriots, and I point to the orc.
Who? My what?
Your
Yeah, your combat truck.
I say it orc like your friend.
He's not my friend.
Whatever. Well, the other one. Over there.
Yeah, meathead.
Yeah, essentially.
Do what you want with them. Just make sure you don't knock me out. All I was doing was working.
Uh-huh. Well then, how many others like you are there?
What, workers? Just little, like, mercenaries?
Well, let's make a distinction then. Like workers like yourselves just there to do the job. Seems like mostly involuntarily, like mostly
Uh...
against their will, I guess. Suppose.
He reaches onto his hip, takes out a coin pouch, and, like, empties it onto his hand. It starts, like, pulling coins apart, essentially. That many. This one's me. And he's, like, separated 7 coins out. And he
Like,
points to one of them, that the 7th coin is him.
7 orcs. How many humans outside of me?
He thinks for a moment. And he moves about 5 gold coins.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, a few of them are pretty sneaky. They like to sit back and crouch with their weak bows, just throwing hatchets instead. And then there's one with a big old scimitar, and he shouts a lot, and he gives club.
Oh yeah, we saw that. He gave Club to you real good.
Shut up!
He asked for more pay.
Ah, of course. Let's see. The last question. I saw a dead orc on my way there. Killed by a giant snake. Is he still around?
No, it's a sleeping in cage.
And where would the cage be?
That way. And he just points in this general direction.
Uh-huh. Let me check something. Oh shit. Oh, Marshall.
Yeah?
It doesn't say I need to see it. So next turn, you know what's coming.
What's that?
Oh, you'll see. You'll see. But doesn't say I need to see the surface. But let's see. Outside of that, what can I see from that spot? Actually, down there.
Down this way, from here, you can see that there's some more water here, and a bit that is pretty raised up. You can see that from where the orc came from, there's like a tree, and it creates like a little bridge across, which is right here. But outside of that, you can't see too much. You can see that the orc had as an empty bottle that he had which he was coming over, and you can see that the goblins have just been enjoying the campfire. Which they actually do stand up. The goblin that offered you the drink actually just like you feel as something is put in your pack. Then something he like pats your backpack essentially, your satchel bag's just like,
There you go, War Chief. Tough drink, but so good.
Well then, goblins, it's time to do your duty. So grab your weapons. We have a poaching operation to bring down.
Oh, this is like when a bad customer come in. You take the pay, but you know, you don't, you make sure they get out quick.
Yeah. Well, then I'll to the orc and say, And you, what will you do?
Guess head on home. Wait for another job, I guess.
And where's your home?
Wherever my feet take me.
Well, then, if you want a more fixed home, I do have a tribe that's open to about, well, I want to say just about anyone at the moment.
He holds open his hand, and he just points to it. Coin.
Well, let's see.
One of the goblins, like, gestures for you to come down for a whisper.
Alright, well, I'll go with the whisper first.
He banished what, Chief? He cheap.
How cheap?
Yeah, this many.
And he holds up, like, 2 fingers.
Oh, 2 silver pieces.
You do notice that all the coin that the goblins, even your goblins, have been paid with is gold.
Uh-huh.
But it's very likely that the orc accepted this job because it was gold, kind of a thing. It's unlikely that he's used to taking that much money.
I mean, honestly, what's 2 gold for a man? Well, just like, take it, but I hand him 2 gold.
My club is yours.
Right then. Good business. Now then, watch who we do. Well, there's nothing nothing else I can really do. Kind of wasted the first level spell as intimidation, but
Hey, it worked.
yeah, I walked about. Yeah, I did my 30 feet, so my turn's over, pretty much.
Oh, last thing that Orc says over here as well is he points in this direction. They like to watch us.
Well, I'll actually hold on. Oh wait, no. If I can't see him, I can't cantrip him. But yeah, that's my turn.
Alrighty. So that leaves Delon and Eleanor over here.
Oh, he just hired a bunch of goblins of his own people, and he just hired an orc, so that problem's got taken care of.
Yep.
So,
1 goblin,
assuming-
2 gold. Not bad.
hey, yeah, not bad. The rest, I guess, I don't know. I don't know what Delon to do.
Delon could go this way and head up this branches to go across here if he wanted.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Or he could go across the water here, and he'd have to go around the trudge, so he'd have to go this way essentially to get up that way.
I'll just go on the branch. Why not?
Alrighty.
No, I'm gonna be honest. Nobody really stands much of a threat to Delon at the moment.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, oh, a bunch of goblins, breath weapon.
Hey, bro.
It's like, yeah. It's like, oh, 8 orcs. Okay, no, all right, now I gotta fight 6 orcs. Okay, wait, what level are they? 2? Oh, never mind.
But alrighty, so as you ride up this way, I would say make a perception roll.
Sure.
17. You can see that there's a guy hidden behind cover who's drawing an arrow.
He's drawing an arrow.
Yeah. And you can also see there are 3 currently dead goblins that have been bitten in half.
Oh, shit.
Like, they're just in half, essentially.
Yeah, that's dead.
Oh yeah, I'd also say that this is actually higher elevation than this over here.
Mm,
So from this you could also see that there's another little small fire over here with about 4 figures over here.
mm,
They're like outlines of 4 figures in a fire because of
mm.
the fog,
Right.
but you can see that.
You know what? F it. The human's all by him. The human is all by himself. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna keep moving to the human and sneak up on him, catch him unaware. I mean, he's all by himself basically.
Alrighty. So as you approach, you actually see that he's looking in this direction, and he's drawing an arrow. He's actually pulling it back to fire.
Delon places his sword up against his neck. Hold.
You actually see that his hand remains steady, but he does keep the arrow.
Drop your weapon.
Who's to say that you're gonna let me live if I drop my weapon?
I'm a knight. It would be dishonorable to kill an individual when they do not have a weapon in hand.
You're a knight? Sure you are. Coming behind a man and putting a blade to his throat. You sound more like one of me.
But you still live, and we still talk.
Only so you can squeeze a few pounds out of me. A few gold, you know.
I have no interest in taking money, only in stopping an operation. Now, please, would you kindly place your weapon down? I'm gonna roll charisma.
Go ahead. Make a
Not
persuasion
interested.
roll.
Yeah, my persuasion. Come on. Come on, people.
Nice, 17. So with the 17, and you're basically imploring him to lower his weapon.
Basically.
He actually like manages to crane his neck a little bit to look over his shoulder at you, and he actually sees that you are. He can't see the horse currently because of the cover he's behind, but he can see that you're on a higher elevation and leaning over him essentially. Seeing you're a white dragonborn, his eyes actually widen a bit. Wait a minute, you're. And he actually lowers his bow and places it on the cover and raises his hands over his head.
There. That wasn't too difficult.
Oh, that rider. The one that was going around causing trouble.
There are rumors of me.
I mean, I assume it's you. You're the one who fit the description.
And what do they say of me?
White Dragonborn rider. Wields blade. Documented as a magic item. Travels with a group. Has been going around making the rounds. Solving small local problems and occasionally making a fuss of things. What are you doing here? You were seen on the mountain pass.
We encountered a detour, but I'm impressed with your knowledge of the area. Ah, but where are my manners? I am Sir Delon Asilius Guillemay, and you are a poacher, perhaps?
It's honest work. What's a few big animals going missing? This place got plenty of them.
According to a druid I know, he is quite upset about that, and the very forest itself is none too pleased either.
More of this living forest mumbo jumbo.
Oh, it's more than just mumbo jumbo, I can assure you. I've had my fair share of interactions. This jungle is quite alive, in more ways than one. You would do well to respect it. Now, if you do me so kindly, place your hands behind your back. I'm going to tie up your hands now.
That wasn't part of the agreement. You said you'd let me live.
Oh, I have no intention of killing you, but I never said I would let you go free either at the moment.
You know as well as I, a bound man in these woods? Sir is dead.
Which is why it fills me with great relief that you put your trust in me, and I promise you, it is not ill put. Now,
He
if you
slowly
please.
and begrudgingly puts his arms behind his head, or behind his back, and he looks you dead in the eyes and says, "You're lucky you're a man of mercy."
Why is that? As I'm tying him.
'Cause I know you're gonna let me live.
I like to think that's a strength. Now, sit tight. And he taps his shoulders, moving his bow and arrow, but like almost really charmingly like puts it up straight and hold on tight. As you said, the woods itself could come alive at any moment. Oh, and I would be remiss if I didn't do this. And I'm actually going to put a bad gag over his mouth. It's like, can't have you letting others just in case. I hope this goes just as well as it did with them.
So he is currently bound and gagged.
Yep. And that's how a knight handles a situation, gentlemen.
All right. So on Eleanor's turn, she is going to come over this way a bit, just so she's near you, Gildos, as well. Seems like everything's under control. Oh, great! Now we got a stupid elf.
That's one of the many war chief to you.
I said you had me club, not me honor. You ain't my war chief.
Well, hopefully I'll win this honor in due time.
It just keeps his head held high, essentially.
Yes, you wait. There's one more initiative turn. We'll see. Well, you hear more than see, but you know.
Ophelia and Bub. So, from here, the passage is currently clear. You just see 2 dead orcs on the ground currently from where you are.
Okay. Do I see this guy yet?
You'd have to make a perception roll.
Oh no!
Because he's behind half cover, so it's with disadvantage.
You can do it, Bob.
Nope.
Nope, Bub don't see it.
Damn it, Bob.
It's okay, he doesn't see you either. I actually rolled for that. He didn't see you.
Okay. I think I'm gonna. Let's see. Wait, do you guys want me to continue focusing on the stealth spell?
I mean, Tulio and Yorm are still stealthing.
Okay.
Yeah, we
I
should
still
probably
will
maintain
then.
that for that effect. If you find a way, you might be like, yeah, watch out for the humans there, and maybe we can get that big hunk of animal on our side, Bob, at one point.
We'll see. I guess I'm just wondering if I should try to kill any of these guys.
It hasn't come on the all-out war yet, so not much
Yeah, I'm just
reason
worried
to.
about these guys because
It's okay.
They're
you won't
like
have
a
to worry
couple of
about them.
humans.
Now.
We'll be
Become
fine.
my initiative, you won't have to worry about them. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I have an idea, the perfect idea.
I don't know what Ophelia's movement speed is, but I was considering double moving, but
She can't. Her move speed is essentially 30 feet, and she can hover if she wants.
all right. I'm just gonna wait here.
Sounds good.
Stealthily, just keep my head low. Which is basically like be on the ground.
So Ophelia comes up next to you. She actually looks briefly at the orcs, and then turns to you, Bub. They were killed recently. I would say that either two blades or some sort of creature bit them.
Hmm. Talking about the guys that were eaten.
Yeah. Oh, but from here you can see that the water here looks especially muddy. Do you want to make like make a survival or nature roll?
Yeah.
Nice. So from your position, Bub, with the 20 in survival, you can tell when something moved very quickly through a bunch of muddy water and disturbed the dirt and sediment beneath the water. So something like moved very quickly through this patch in this direction.
Okay.
Judging from the depression in the ground, I would also say that you would know that it was a very big serpentine or circular shaped creature. Something likely slithered through here. Alright.
Okay. Noted.
Tulio and Yorm. Gonna have Tulio come over this way. Yorm's gonna come here. She's gonna have Tulio make another, he's gonna make a acrobatics. Cool. Tulio's also going to make a deception roll. Cool. So Tulio actually picks up a pebble and throws it really hard over in this direction, and it splooshes at the same time as he jumps into the water. And he's currently behind this in the water. You, check it out.
It's probably just a fish.
Check it out.
So bossy, you didn't have to give me the club. It's nothing.
Stay over there. Piranha eat you would eat you.
Piranha eat you and eat you.
Alrighty. So back to Gildas, Delon, and Eleanor.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, from the bite marks and all that, I kind of have like a pretty good idea of like the size of the snake.
It's a
Right?
very big creature. You would know that it is huge, at least.
Now, they say, well, my friend Orc said they were all around there. Like, the cage would be somewhere around there. Now, seeing as how it goes up and all that, I can probably figure out, like, how it is. And, now, I'll say, this does not require line of sight.
Create a wall of
Just have
fire
the
on a solid
surface
within
within
range.
Right. So, what I will do, because it just is 20 feet, therefore, I'm gonna cast Wall of Fire as a circle, like the center being there, like all around there, and I will designate the harmful side of the Wall of Fire being on the outside, not the inside. Therefore, when I cast it, there'll be a circle all around there. The 5 orcs will be within the Wall of Fire, will therefore take damage, but all around like 10 to 10 feet this way would be harmful as well. So when the dude take their turn, this dude and this dude would be hurt. But yeah, let's see. Let me roll my thing first. Where is it? It's there. So boop. Level 4. There we go.
Alright. So when they would take their turn, they would take damage.
And actually, when the wall is made, they take damage too.
Okay. So
Because
they
they're
gotta make
right
a
on
deck
top of it.
save.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
right on top of it, like the 5 orcs that was said. And also, the blasphemer that's like right there. I will audibly cast the spell so that he can hear. And then, when he hear his other friends like, you know, burden, maybe he'll think twice before, say what he said before.
Alright, so we gotta do a deck save. And
Yeah.
gonna do that.
Oh wait, no, there. Hold on. Those two don't take damage yet.
Oh, they don't? I thought they were
No,
inside of it.
like I said. So essentially, the wall is like 1 foot thick. So when it appears, anything that's like essentially of the same square as the wall of fire is, take damage. Was how I understand it. Then you designate like a side of the wall, or like anything within 10 feet of that side of the wall takes damage on the side of the turn, or if they end the turn on that side.
They still have to
So
make a
it's
deck save though if they're in the wall,
right.
right?
They do, yeah, they do. You have a deck save no matter what.
Yeah, so this guy here and this guy here are taking damage when it's erected, right? When it appears.
No,
No?
they'll take damage when they start their turn next to it. But when it appears, only the orcs should take damage because they're right on top of it.
Okay, so the orcs are gonna take damage, you said?
Yeah, this should be.
Okay, but didn't you designate them as not to be hurt? Or no?
One side of the wall. So like the wall essentially is like a circle that's like 20 feet in diameter. So it would be from like this side to this side. Essentially go all around that. But it's like 1 foot thick. So in the sense, it's only like on those squares and all that, not further. But you also designate the side of the wall. So the wall being all around there, there's essentially two sides. Like one that goes inward, like inside the circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the outside of the circle. So to make it like simple, I guess I'd designate the outside of the circle as the one side being harmful, while the inside, anything that's inside the circle doesn't take damage when they start the turn there.
Okay.
So essentially, the snake isn't harmed, but outside the circle, anything outside the circle, like 10 feet outside, is harmed.
So the orcs still need to make the save then.
Right, they do.
Okay.
If they fail, they take like 23 damage. They succeed, they take half 23.
So I'm actually gonna make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deck saves real quick.
I know it's a bit complicated, but you know, like I'm gonna mostly use it in a straight line. It's just like it's a perfect way to circle right there. So
Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 failures.
yeah.
So that's gonna be 4 dead orcs.
It might be merciful that I'm not. I don't know these orcs and they don't know me.
The other one takes half damage, which is 23 times half is, I'm gonna say that's 11.
Yeah.
So he has, yeah, okay. So when you, okay, so go ahead and declare when you're casting it. You could say something vocally if you wanted.
Yeah, hold on, 'cause I have to think about what to say. Well, I'll say audibly yell, I'll chant like the whole thing for the voice component. Could be latent, whatever. And say, let the blasphemer know how it feels when divine retribution is upon them.
Nice. So right after you say that, the wall of fire erects around in the area that you designated. And as soon as it does, you hear a crowd of agonized screams as they then burn to death and die. Just
Epic.
no!
Well, that would approve anyway. They captured the giant snake. They's only right and they die.
You do hear as you say that aloud, then followed by a screams of agony. The orc, you actually can see this, Geldos. The orc like looks around a little bit, reaches into his pocket, and just throws something in the water.
That's right.
You then also see him like running this way.
Where you going?
I got paid.
That mean who get club?
You will get club.
Wait, what? 3 club? Oh, 3 club. Okay, first rule. We don't club each other.
Sensible rule.
So I would also say that probably several people could hear that scream of agony. So Delon, I would say that now I will allow you to move as well. I'll have Eleanor go
Wow,
over behind you
we
all.
killed a lot of people. So, I mean, they deserved it. They, I guess. I don't know. Poaching is one of those gray areas. I don't know. King's
Then
Landing.
they're not
feeling
just
on it.
poachers, they're also blasphemers.
Sure.
They're false worshipping.
It might be a gray area, but I am the gray area. So.
I am the gray area.
No, but like to be honest, I've been waiting on that.
Alright, so I guess Delon's just gonna go. I'm just gonna go all in. I'm not gonna lie.
Sounds good.
5, 10, I'm just gonna go in. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. I just see like a burning cage full of people, I guess.
You see like a ring of fire around the cage, and a snake that's inside the cage, completely unconscious, asleep, and it's chained with metal to the cage.
I'm not messing with that thing. But I will challenge them. That orc in particular, because
This one?
'em. Yes.
Okay.
I challenge, and I will go. Poachers, surrender, or face. Is it surrender peacefully, or die in battle.
So I will say that because they're already afraid, the moment something just like charges up, they decide to shoot.
That's fine.
By the way, Dalan, make a dex save.
Oh, was
Make a dex
Delon near
save.
the fire ring?
He's outside. He's 10 feet outside.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Move back.
I'll allow it.
There's no drawing of where the fire was.
Yeah,
Someone's
it's
not gonna be
fine.
like, oh,
Yeah.
the fire.
That's why I'm like, that's why I'm like, I'm
it.
allowing it. It's like,
Yeah.
it makes more logical sense that he would have stopped like right outside the fire, you know? Let's see. So with
That's a hit technically. 22.
Nice.
22, I believe, so your AC is like 20 plus 2, I think. Yeah, okay.
Just barely hits.
So it barely hits. It met your AC, just barely. So yeah, you take 8 piercing.
Cool. I will remove that from the 10 temporary I have.
Yep, so you
So-
still have 2 temporary.
Yep, 2 temporary.
So
Cool.
you see as you charge up and say for them to surrender peacefully, you just see from up on the hill somewhere
Mhm.
in, I'd say, this direction. You can't see the person who did it, but you can see
Yeah.
in that direction an arrow flew out of the fog and plunked harmlessly against your armor. The arrow tip looks like it's green or something, though.
Oh, it was poison. Shit.
This guy shoots you with an arrow, and it's a regular arrow as it flies through the air, and through all odds, it manages to barely graze you, doing just a little bit of damage.
Yeah, not much.
As you also charge up, I will say that now I will fully do initiative.
Yeah.
And
I also
turn...
technically could breath weapon these people if I really wanted to.
True, you could.
I could, but I won't.
Oh wait, let me actually do it like this. Click that, initiative. Public roll. Click that. And who cares? Click that. There we go. Good enough. 21 and 11. So now I will reshuffle the turn order. Since that was... They're actually surprise round though, so... Yeah, that's the one there. The one who came up behind Gildos. So yeah, you see Delon as the guy over here raises up his sword, and he's a little he's already had his sword drawn as soon as the fire arrived, but when you arrive as well, charging and saying to surrender, he points his sword in your direction, no longer pointing it towards the fire at all. He's quite flighty and shaky though. What's going on? Is this a setup? You said there wasn't gonna be anyone! There has been a change in the bargain. What? Your services have been paid for. And a bag of coin is unceremoniously dropped on the ground, and you, Delon, see a red-cloaked figure turn to dust.
Dang it.
God damn right, Magnus. I will shout at that.
Nosferatu, Red Magus!
Yeah, basically, I'm actually gonna shout that out. It's a come back, you coward!
You cannot forestall the inevitable.
No? Then face me with your own flesh and blood. Say that to my face.
I hate mages! Hate them!
I do. I really do hate mages.
That's what the leader of the group just yelled, honestly.
Honestly, we'll get you a beer. It's gonna take this time. We're gonna get you a beer. It's like, that's right. Cry all about the mages. The mages. Fuck them. They're assholes. Why do they always have to leave us in the middle of things? We were just doing an honest job. We were paid for it. don't know. It's like, I know. It's okay. It's okay. Let it all out. Let it all out.
We've all been there before.
Alright, Bub and
We've always-
Ophelia.
We've all had a temptress in our life. We know.
So I would say that Bub, from over in this position, you can actually see a red, like a very bright glowing fire has erected over this way. I would also say that you could have heard Gildos say what he said about blasphemers just before it happened. I'd also say that from this you see one of the four figures stand up and start sprinting to the north.
Which figure?
Uh,
the guy
it was
who's
the
been
biggest figure. The biggest figure that was in this group of four here.
Okay.
He's
Well,
just
I'm
like
gonna
stood up and
assume,
started sprinting.
Tulio and my friend have got it down.
Yeah, Tulio's actually right over there, so he's ready to jump him if he needs to. And Gorm's got his gun ready.
Okay. Let's see. Is this an island I can jump on?
Yeah, that's a little bit that's out of the water.
Yeah. And what is this? Is that like a burned down tree?
That's like it's like a rotten tree that's collapsed in on itself essentially. From if you were up here, you could make like a athletics or acrobatics roll to jump across to this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like hop, Golden Sun style, like
Yeah.
that, basically.
Yeah, if you wanted to make an acrobatics or athletics roll, you could just see if you could make it over there without falling into the water or anything. Good enough.
And...
It's not too bad.
nice. Do.
Yep, so you jump on over. Bub, I would say, as you jump on over, you can kind of like see that there's a dude with an arrow. There's a dude sitting over here, though he's currently standing up and he's collecting his quiver of arrows, which was laid next to him, and he's like putting it on his back. He's got his bow in hand, and he's got a dagger in his other hand, and he's just about to like leave essentially.
Does he clearly look like, one of the guys?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that he's pretty shady. He looks like a bandit. He's wearing a cloak on his head, and he's wearing just some, like, ragtag stuff. He looks like a mercenary or
I'm
something.
gonna charge and claw him in the face.
Yeah, he looks like this.
Okay. And because I heard others die, so.
Yeah. Yeah, he heard that too, and he's just dipping, essentially.
Dragon claw. That's a 14.
That's a hit.
Okay. I'm not sure if he saw me or not. Damn it.
No, he didn't see you, so he doesn't
we
really
go.
get to defend from it. 13 damage. Because in mine, surprise round does an auto crit, but it does automatically succeed on a hit.
Okay, nice.
So as you just jump over to him and like claw at him, he like, how do you want to do it? Because he's got his back to you currently. He does not seem to know you're there.
It's basically like hop. I see him, I charge, and I'm going really low. And basically, I do an uppercut with my claws, slashing at his leg so he can't go further.
Very nice. So you do just that, and as you claw him, he actually manages to literally bite his tongue to stifle a cry. And he wheels around with his dagger in hand.
Over here, I say.
He's actually like looking up with the dagger, and then he looks down when you say that.
Good. I'm saying that for Ophelia's sake.
That's also
Okay.
fair.
That's my turn.
Very nice. So Ophelia will go. So Ophelia is going to essentially just hover 10 feet off the ground, and then functionally walk over that way. When she lands, she actually has her scythe ready, and she just holds it up to his head. Like right at neck level, essentially. Put the bow and daggers down. Trust me. You do not wish to have your soul reaped from your body. She is going to make a charisma roll. So seeing like a dead woman just float over with a scythe at his neck, he just like drops everything. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. We will let him live, Bob. What the hell is a banshee doing in these woods? So, Bob, you have a man that's just surrendered. Do you want to ask him any questions?
I have to actually think for a sec. And I go, are you the ones who were... Oh god, I'm having a gigantic brain fart. Are you the ones who've been selling the exotic animals? Where have you been taking them from, and who have you been selling them to?
It's just an honest job. We just go, we capture a few creatures, a few critters, and we just lock them in cages, and then we contact the wizards, and they take them away. That's all I know.
Which wizard?
They just wear red hoods. They never told us who they were. They just take payment for exotic creatures.
And you accepted a job like that?
I mean, yeah, they pay really good money. Do you have any idea how much we would have made, how much we're gonna make off that giant constrictor snake?
How
500
much?
gold. For one creature. More than worth the few goblins we paid a handful of gold to.
I'm an insight, because I don't trust them. 16.
16. So with a 16, Bob, you feel like he's telling you the truth because he's scared shitless.
And I say, tell me everything about how you met these red hooded figures.
Okay. Boss man, he told us that, he was at a pub one night, and he overheard a conversation at the pub about another group that was doing something similar to this. They were doing it at home. They said there was really, really good money in it, so Boss Man had an idea. He said, what if we went, instead of doing it at home, where all we got are dire beasts and bears and shit, and dire bears and awful shit, you know? What if we go all the way to the shittiest place imaginable with the creepiest, crawliest, nastiest creatures, and we sell them those? We'll make 3 times as much as those guys. And he was right. It's been good money. But I guess every job runs its course eventually.
You said that there's another group who does this. What group are you talking about?
Just some blokes back home. I don't know if they're anything special.
Home? Question mark.
Yeah, Nebulum.
Horse. Nebulum. I'm gonna have to go to Nebulum to stop this. Damn it, Marshall.
Well, I mean, it's clearly different smuggling rings. Different poaching rings. That are all getting payment from the same people, so.
Okay. Alright, I pretty much know how I'm gonna deal with this. The question is, no one else knows this stuff, and I kind of wanna... Alright, so I have an idea. Okay, I think I understand. I'm gonna tie him up.
Alright.
Alright, I tie him up, and I say, don't worry, this is just a security measure. I don't want to hurt you, but I have an idea. And if this idea works, I'll pay you even more than they were.
More than 500 gold?
Yeah, I'm very wealthy.
Funny, you really don't look it.
Yeah, well, I'm not carrying it with me. That's how you trick everybody.
Yeah, that checks out. Most nobles keep all their money in like a crate or something. Usually in the basement with their, you know.
I don't know what you know is, but it sounds scary.
How old are you?
6!
Damn, bested by a brat.
A very powerful, wealthy brat.
Man, what kind of bullshit is this? 6 years old, he's powerful and wealthy. And he travels with a banshee. What are they
Nature
feeding
favors
you
me.
kobolds over there?
Good berries.
He like looks at you almost pitifully. Can I have one?
Of course.
I'll consider it if you're good at answering my questions.
Just you wait, I'll have that good berry and I'll get powerful.
He believes me. I mean, that is my diet, basically. All right, that's my turn.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna tell what's her face to I keep forgetting her name today
Ophelia?
for some reason.
Hey, you're a dead lady.
Ophelia. Go help the others.
Understood. She'll end her turn at the edge, because that's her movement. So, the leader of the group essentially reaches into his pocket, throws a flask in your general direction, Delon. It just lands here, essentially. It explodes into fire, but it doesn't hit you, because he couldn't see you through the wall of fire either. And he's very afraid at this moment. And he reaches down to grab the coin that the Red Magus gave, and he's just gonna try to book it.
He will try.
And he will fail.
I'm on a horse.
He just rushes essentially over here, spends half his movement to get up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna get them like pretty close, even with the fire around.
Poor man still has to make a dex save.
Yay!
I mean, I thought that was I thought it had to be in the square.
One side of the wall selected by you when you cast this spell deals 5d8 fire damage to each creature that ends its turn within 10 feet of the side of inside the wall.
Okay,
So
so
essentially,
here,
think
so
of that
up
in-
until like the edge of the map here, essentially.
Yeah, essentially, think of it as like static spirit guardian.
It's actually double this that it really is, functionally.
Yeah. That's why it's a fucking great spell to have. That's how you know where we met like the rebel group, and I was like seeing all those aligned like soldiers. I'm like, damn, if only had like wall of fire. Why did it? Well,
So it's how much damage?
23, yeah, 23.
Okay, 23.
Yeah, I'll stack over like one roll like for everything.
That
I mean,
works.
technically there's like two different rolls. Like one, when you cast like the spell for like the damage on those, that's like they're alright. Right on the wall, like another roll later that dictates the damage you take when you're outside the wall, like in the 10 feet zone. Basically, I mean, I could roll it.
Yeah, but
mod it.
I think one roll's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, that was good. That was pretty good damage.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you want him alive or dead.
I mean, he's alive still.
Yeah. Well, probably Yorm's turn then.
Yep, Yorm's turn. So, seeing as the orc is still rushing, Yorm will call out. Where is she? There it is. And Yorm is going to make a... I'm gonna have him roll charisma, actually. 16. So Yorm just like takes a step out from his hiding spot, has his hand cannon prepped and pointed right at the orc, and just yells, "Drop it, or your whole torso's coming off." The orc is just like looking around, essentially. He's like, it looks like he's about to charge Yorm when Tulio just draws his rapier and puts it at the orc's throat. You lot! Get him! Jump him! I don't know.
What do you think? I think... Club Club? I'm talking! I think Club Club. Yeah, Club Club!
What?
You gave us Club Club.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
The goblins just proceed to, like, intimidatingly, air quotes, walk towards the orc with their weapons drawn. Tulio will actually look in their direction. Hey now, I see you have you're gonna be giving out your club to him, and I think that's great.
What?
Yeah, it's great. He deserves it. He's banished.
Yeah, he banned. We can banish? I thought we could already Club Club. Yeah, we have Club so we can banish. Wow.
See? So how about I just let you three do your club and your banish, and then after that we can talk.
Talk about what?
I'm still right here. No, you're not. Not for much longer. How about we talk about working for a war chief?
A real life war chief?
Real life war chief. And I'm gonna have him make a persuasion roll.
I'm not gonna lie, when Tulio gets like serious in those like few moments, it's actually quite terrifying. It's like
Tulio's
I'm still. It's like I'm still right here. No, you're not. Not for long. Just like you're like fuck. Like it's just like no. I'm just this covered lucky. I will fucking put you in the ground if you don't shut the fuck up in the next 5 seconds. I will. I've done it before. I don't care. Dude, I act like I'm 20. I act like I'm 25, 26. Let's say fair. I'm 41. I've seen shit. I don't care.
So Tui gets a 19 on his persuasion roll, and the goblins are just kind of awestruck.
So wait a minute. We get to Club and then we get to work for a war chief?
That's right.
Whatever you say, ugly man.
And then I leave him to you. Tulio will proceed to take the orc's weapon and kick him into the dirt. We can talk about this.
No, we can't. Club.
There's just like a cacophony of clubs hitting York as he's down.
Goddamn happy tree frames over there.
Orc is dead.
Oh, dang, they actually killed him.
Yeah, they did.
Alright then.
Alright, so that goes back to Bub. Oh wait, actually Bub went on Ophelia's turn as well. My bad. So that's actually the archer's turns. So this guy has to make a save then, I think? Is he
The end
starting
of
his turn in it?
No, it's at the end of the turn if he ends it. It's only if you enter the zone that you do. Like, if you're already there, you have to do it at the end of the turn, essentially.
Okay, so it's not
Like
at
I
the
said,
start of the
Spirit
turn.
Guardian.
Like I thought Spirit Guardian did it at the start of your turn too.
No, Spirit Guardian is when you enter or end the turn.
Ah, okay.
Actually, I actually, hold on. Let me check again, because now I'm confused too.
Let's see.
Yeah, no, Spirit Guardian is when you start, yeah. Wall of Fire if you enter, well, yeah, Spirit Guardian is if you enter or start. Wall of Fire if you enter or end.
Okay. So it is a very small change that is important. So
Yeah.
he doesn't have to save then. So he's going to just say, fuck it, jump down into the water, and just start running. This one will collect his things and do the same. Gonos, Delon, and Eleanor.
let's see. Gonna move there-ish. Oh, hold on, let me backtrack. Okay, and over there. So let's see. Well, I'm gonna drop my wall of fire at this point because it did its job.
Sounds good.
So let me just remove that.
So when you drop the
And
wall of
then-
fire, you see that this orc is quite literally huddled against the cage, where the snake is still asleep.
Well, we'll just leave him there then. He's harmless at the moment. Let's see. I can see this guy, right?
Yeah, he's not hiding, he's just basically running.
Well, though I don't have it prepared, I'm gonna use my circlet. And do... Where is it? Oh, right, it's a second level spell. Why is it a second level spell? I don't know. It was like a first level spell.
No, whole person's actually really good.
Yeah. Actually, I can see the other dude as well, right?
This guy, yeah, he's currently like standing on top of a rock. He was hidden by the wall of fire, but he's currently standing on top of the rock.
Would I see this person?
No, he's actually currently obscured because this is higher than that. So this is like blocks the vision, and that blocks your straight line of sight.
So I can upcast like spells from the circlet, right? Well, when I get access with the circlet, right?
Yeah, as long as you have a spell slot for it, you could essentially cast it for the spell slot you have. So even if you wanted to upcast, you could upcast it.
So I'm gonna cast Hold Person on both of those.
Alright, so that's 2 wisdom saves.
Yeah. The charisma is my thing. The DC, so the DC is not 14, it's like I think 11.
So now the mercenary
Just-
scout. What the fuck?
It's like either 10 or 11, I don't...
That's
Hold on,
bugged.
do I have-
There's broken. Hold on. I know what that's supposed to be. Why the fuck? That's supposed to be a 3. There we go. The mercenary scout had like a passive wisdom save of like plus 13, and I was like, what? And I immediately was like, oh, it's supposed to be a third. It's supposed to be a 3.
Hold on, let me check the DC with this. Yeah, 11 is the DC.
Okay. So, good news is this guy's now paralyzed. So this man here, is paralyzed, which I will use a lightning bolt to signify that. This guy, however, is not. So their boss is paralyzed.
And that's my turn, so Dallin, after you.
Well, the commander is paralyzed at this moment. Easy. I could go up and get the arrow guy. I guess I could just handle both the. I could handle. I mean, the orc is still in the flames, right?
Oh, the flames are now down.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. He's currently
Yeah.
like huddled against the cage of the snake, just clearly terrified. He just
Okay.
saw four of his brethren basically just combust instantly.
Yeah. We're gonna go for. I'm gonna go for the guy who's just shooting arrows. I'll make my way. Two, three. He's higher elevation or lower?
Currently lower. He jumped into the water.
Okay. Delon's. I got some distance on him. Oh, actually, I'm just gonna get right up to here. I ready an attack and I say surrender. Drop your weapon.
So make me, I would say, a. Let's see.
Intimidation.
You are currently the aggressor, so yeah, intimidation.
22.
Alright. Yeah, so as you jump down on horseback, weapon drawn, telling him to surrender, he looks over his shoulder and he actually trips on a root and falls, and he just stays down.
That's about fair. And I'm gonna kick that weapon away from him.
Sounds good. Yeah, you actually see that when you kick his bow and his dagger away, on his back he actually has a quiver, but on his hip he has a different quiver.
Poison arrows and such.
Mm-hmm.
It was you.
And that's my turn done. So it's Eleanor's turn.
Alright. So Eleanor will... Actually, let me very quickly put this on him. Where's the white flag? There it is. White flag. I'm gonna also put white flag on the orc, because he's basically surrendered at this point. His will to fight is gone. Seeing your brother run instantly combust will do that to you.
I think it works out for me. 'Cause now I know what to do with him.
Let's see. Yeah, so Eleanor is going to essentially cast... Trying to think, what would she cast on him? Just gonna do this in this direction. So from Eleanor to here, essentially, it's like that, I think. Direction you choose for the spell, each creature that starts its turn in the line must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 15 feet away from you in a direction following the line. Any creature in the line must spend 2 feet of movement for every 1 foot it moves when moving closer to you. The gust disperses gas or vapor, and it extinguishes candles, torches, and similar unprotected flames in the area. It causes protected flames such as the blah 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 blah. Yeah. So essentially, he is actually in the line of it, because it goes from her 60 feet, which is down to here actually. So yeah, down to here. So just a giant bellowing gust of wind shoots from Eleanor in that direction. And so he's no longer even obscured by fog. Ophelia and Bub. So Bub, you can see that there is now a guy directly in front of Ophelia. She's currently raising her scythe for a strike at him, essentially.
Can I just say how like sad this kind of is? Like we just show up and like systematically one by one like grab toss, and they're like, what? Like they're it's like in their chains before they even realize it. It's like, yeah, we're some badass pusher. Wait, what? It's like when a cutscene happens or a movie and this is the reel, and so the next scene, and it's like, what? It's like, so, and the makers are going on, and like the side character's like, wait, what are we supposed to have? And like the camera keeps moving with the other character. I was gonna act in this scene. They cut my part.
She's gonna make another charisma save. I mean, not charisma save, charisma roll. They actually have a different modifier.
You jinxed it.
He is fine. So she tells him to. She looks at him, scythe drawn, essentially tries to do the same thing. Surrender. You do not wish to have your soul severed from your body. He, however, blinks for a moment, then shakes his head. He doesn't really believe what he's seeing, so he's just gonna keep moving, essentially. He's just assuming that the fog gas is getting to him.
Like, bruh, really?
It's like, oh yeah, floating dead lady, sure. That's hardly the weirdest thing I've seen today. Like even with the check being really low, a 6 just doesn't cut it. This guy's paralyzed.
Can
Target
roll
can
at
make
the end of
another.
his turn,
Yeah. So you can make a roll for it. So wisdom save. Poor bastard. Can't even break 11. Yorm's turn. Alright, that's enough, that's enough. Look at you. Clubbing an orc to death. Think War Chief would like that?
Yes?
Wrong! Stand in line. Stand in line! As Yorm raises his blunderbuss up.
Yeah.
Good. Now march in place. Good. We're gonna work on your marching until the War Chief shows up.
Is this part of the plan?
That's part of the plan.
Okay.
Like that line. I need an adult. I am an adult.
Goblin's looking for Titulio for help. They're just not getting it. It's like, no, you're gonna keep marching. It's amusing. Alright, so last guy has to make a strength save or get pushed. Yes.
You can skip Bob's turn.
No, Bub went on Ophelia's turn, unless he didn't move.
Yeah, he didn't do nothing.
Okay. Bub,
Uh-huh.
you can do
Do
something
you guys
if you
even
want.
need me?
You could do something if you want. You have a guy that's like tied up. There's a guy in front of Ophelia. He's like the last one though.
Yeah, so I'm just saying to the guy who's tied up, convince the others to surrender. And they can be in on it too.
So the guy like looks straight over past Ophelia and like yells very quickly. Dude, it's a banshee! No, it's not. It's swamp gas. It's a banshee, man. And they got her little kobold. But don't worry. They saved my life. They spared me. Swamp gas is really getting to him. He's really thinking he's seeing things. I'm gonna make him make another wisdom save. This is to see if he's afraid. He's not. He's like bolstering himself up. He like redraws his bow. Yeah, it's all swamp gas. That's right. It's just swamp gas. Even him over there, he's probably swamp gas. This fucking place plays tricks on you.
Are we the baddies?
So, Bub, do you want to do anything with your action? Because I would say talking that guy tried to convince his buddy to say that is like a free action. Bub?
What?
So, the guy you told to surrender, to tell his buddy to surrender, he tried. The other guy didn't believe him. He believes it's all swamp gas.
Where's the other guy?
Right here.
Can I see him?
Yeah. This red line is a gust of wind from the spell Gust of Wind. It has blown away all of the fog on top of him. But he's currently standing directly across from Ophelia. But Ophelia tried to get him to surrender, and he succeeded in saying no. Then this guy, the guy you told to tell him to stand down, tried to do so, and he also saved the wisdom save. So he's just extra brave right now. Although most would probably say foolhardy.
I claw him in the face. If diplomacy won't work, I jump at him.
You just rush over and jump at him.
That's only a 14, though.
That's a hit, though.
Oh, okay.
He's an archer. You think he has good AC?
No, 12 damage.
12 damage. So you rush over and you jump at him and claw him. He just like reels back a bit at that. He's like, oh, what the hell? I scraped my head on a rock. Yeah, that's it. The last mercenary bandit, though, will attempt to dagger Bub. And fail miserably.
Yeah, this is just.
So back to Gildas, Eleanor, and
Go on.
Delon. Oh yeah, I need to make him make a
Honestly-
strength save. Hold on.
Honestly, Gildas, do you want me to just like delay your turn, have me just go up, take care of this guy, and then deal
Go
with
ahead.
He has
whatever
not.
his name is?
He does not actually hit against the rocks. I was seeing if being forced 15 movement into the rocks would knock him unconscious, but no, he succeeded the strength save.
Okay, I'm done. Let's move over. Okay, Delon makes it over. He rushes over, and he's just like, he's like, enough of this. And you know what? I feel roll strength just grabs the weapon from him, throws it. Sit down. Like Picard is tired. I'm done. I have proficiency in strength. Stop. Eh.
I'd say make an athletics roll to try that, actually.
Okay. Okay, fine. Better
With
roll
10
anyways.
nonetheless.
There we
20.
go. 20. So yeah, you're able to ride on over and essentially are able to grab his wrist and make him drop his dagger.
Sit down before you get yourself killed.
When you do that, he actually looks up at you and wheels around and slips a little bit. You can see he just has this manic panic in his eyes.
Fight or flight. Sit down. Sit down.
He like reluctantly ends up sitting down.
Delon is trying to be as respectful as can. He sees a man in panic. He's just, look, you're useless. Just sit down. You don't have the training of a soldier. Just sit down. What were you? Villager? Ah, shame. Could have been a good soldier. We had some training.
Alright, so that is the poachers having been caught. The snake is still asleep in its cage.
Man,
That's all
not a
Bub.
problem.
Bub's like, wake up, Snake. Snake's pissed, and Bub's like, it's cool. We'll let you out. Just don't murder us.
Basically.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah,
we all
totally.
died.
I was totally not.
And Bub was eaten that day.
Like a gigaboss secretly.
Hey, no, what you do is we don't talk to the snake at all. We go far away from the cage and we break the goddamn lock from over there, and then we'll go on our way.
Honestly, that seems like a better move. Where it's just like, okay, this is what we're gonna do.
You get
We're just gonna grab
you
it.
get Yorm
We're
to
just
put some of
grab
his black
everyone.
powder in the lock.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, put some byproduct on the lock. We're just gonna walk, grab everyone, drag this shit over here. Yorm, it's all you. Pleasure. And bam, thing opens, and the snake's like, "What the fuck? What?" And then like no one's around. It's like, escape, and just runs. Or Bub's like next or near it. He's like, "Run, be free, get out of here,
Pretty much.
get out of here, y'all."
Fly, you fool. Anyway. Got some persuasion to do, I suppose.
But alright, good job. Good job dealing with the encounter.
Well, I guess technically the band leader is just kind of paralyzed where he hasn't surrendered willingly.
I mean, he's paralyzed. A character that's paralyzed, if all his allies are defeated, is functionally treated as like petrified or defeated.
Yeah. I guess I'll just... I'll only drop concentration once down, I guess, there, honestly.
Sounds good.
So just-
So after, I would say that if you all wanted to gather up the people that you've detained, you could easily do so and pull them all together somewhere.
I'll leave the Orkler there for now,
Sounds good.
because I want to leave him there. It's like more impact when I come to him. But I can bring the band leader over to here.
Sounds good.
Stuff right there.
This guy will also be just deposited here. It's alright. So here are the remaining of the poachers that are here. What do you wish to do with them? Do you wish to ask them any questions or anything like that?
I think we already have the answer, unfortunately, of who hired them. But just a clarification. Sure, why not?
True, but I mean, you have some basically detained men.
Yeah.
It's up to you to do with them as you please, essentially.
So basically, I guess with the line with the detainees, he's gonna be like, unless this for clarification, although I believe I know what happened. You were hired by men in red hoods. Why were you? And for what reason?
See, as the three guys that are essentially had the bows and arrows just all turn their head one after the other to the fifth guy.
Mm-hmm. The one in the red hood.
Yeah, the one with the only one that had a sword, essentially.
Mm.
Well, you see, they didn't really get in contact with us. We heard about them at the pub one night. There was really good money in selling exotic creatures to these people on the down low. And I overheard these other stupid idiots talking about it at another table, and I was thinking, that sounds like good money. Sounds like a good con, you know? So we decided that I got some guys together and decided that we'd start making money doing it. And so we've been doing so, but, you know, why would we go and send them dire bears or dire wolves or stupid stuff like that when we could just send them creatures from here? More exotic. Therefore more pricey, right?
So in your hubris, you decided that poaching wasn't enough. You wanted a more exotic trade, and so you found yourself in the savage lands. But to confirm, you did indeed take them from creatures from Nebulum.
No, other guys did. Now,
Where are
these
they?
creatures aren't really worth as much.
And I'm actually gonna look to Bub. I'm assuming Bub's right next to me.
Mhm.
And Bub, I believe my companion over here would be very interested hearing where these other poachers are in Nebulum.
Yes.
Look, that's not my con, I don't know. I just overheard them talking about it at the pub. I haven't been back home in a long time, several months now.
All right. Then which pub? Where? Locations, please.
It's a pub in Nebulum City. Nothing special.
I'm gonna. It's like, Tulio. That's bullshit. Montulio.
So Tulio will actually come over. And as he arrives over as well, Gildos, you see Tulio just kind of like hock a thumb behind him. Strangest thing, seeing 4 goblins chastising 3 other goblins about the moral quandaries of a club. To club with honor or something like that.
It's strange days we live in, Montulio.
Exactly.
But the reason I called you over is this gentleman over here heard about this con of poaching. When they were not dragged into it, they chose it themselves, and they did so at a pub. He said it was nothing special in Nebulum. I highly doubt that's the case.
Well, Chief, no pub is truly special in Nebulum, because every pub is a den of ill repute. However, the kinds of pubs that people would be talking about rather openly, about poaching and cons, well, those are very specific. No, they're not. Don't listen to them. Man's a con artist. He's gonna lie to you. Are you really calling me a con artist while you're pulling a con? Wow, you're new to this.
The jig is what is the term you use sometimes, Montulu? The jig, as it were, is up.
Yes, Chief, that's exactly what this is. Jig's up, kid.
Ah. So
Now,
it'd be
that's one of
very-
3 pubs, isn't it?
Hmm.
Yes. Now, do I really have to play a guessing game? Or should I just list all 3 and wait for you to pick the one that's not it? You are from Nebulum, aren't you? Born and bred. Now, either you tell me where the pub is, or I start taking fingers. And I'm going to start with your most nimble fingers. 'Cause it's going to be real hard to do what you want to do without those. I thought you were merciful! He's like looking at you, Delon.
Delon says very specifically, and he coughs into his hand. I did say that I would not cause you any harm.
He didn't say anything about me.
Now, if I were you, will keep my word, and I will make sure you will not harm from myself, and for those that I specifically inquire around. I have not given that order to the others. So if I would be so courteous, just name the blasted place.
Are you with one of the families? No. But let's just say that I'm with somebody way worse than families. So which pub is it? Alright, that's your pointer finger. Wait! Who's the Blackbriar? Blackbriar. Yeah, that checks out, Chief.
If you say so, then. Alright. He's given his honest truth.
How long ago was this conversation you heard about? Several months ago. Yeah, so that's best between about, I'd say, 3 to 6 months ago, Chief. If we start asking about rumors from 3 to 6 months ago, probably gonna come up dry. But, on the off chance these guys ain't dead yet, which honestly, if these guys have been out here for about that long, it's very likely that Nebulese people working at home are still alive. Especially if they're in the countryside. The beasts aren't as bad if you know what you're doing.
What say you, Sir Bob?
Well, I have an idea, but I need to confer with my counsel first, looking at the law.
Alright, Delon will, shuffle aside, let Montoya watch him.
Alright, here's the plan, y'all. Where's Gilbus?
I'm right above you, essentially, just watching down.
Alright, here's the plan, y'all. So, remember how these robe guys, we've seen them a few times, and they're trying to kill us.
Yes, the Reg Magnus.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was thinking is, we have these guys take another job from them, right? And then when they take the job, we grab them. We grab the red robe guy.
If I may say so, Sir Bob, there might be a flaw in that plan.
Yeah?
Most of the red robed figures seem to have a, how do I say it, translucent quality. They turn into dust at their will and command.
I thought
I have
they
no
just
doubt.
teleported away. It was like a spell.
No, Bub, I hate to break it to you, but these guys, they very rarely show up in person. If they do, you get invited to talk to a Red Magus in person. And then you're talking to the real deal.
Well, how are we gonna do that?
We really don't.
These men I hate to break it to you. I hate to agree with Montulio, but these individuals seem to be masters at subterfuge. I'd never even heard of them until I started encountering them in such areas.
Well, I don't know why we're on their bad side, but if they're after us, then, well, I don't know, but we gotta do something. One of these days, they're gonna get one of us.
I unfortunately feel I agree with you wholeheartedly, Sir Bob. I do worry that We are inviting more danger into their presence. But it seems they're getting their hands in more areas. They're expanding. Well, we will have to come to the major blows soon enough, whether we like it or not. However, your plan is not entirely wrong. Montulio,
Yeah.
I'm curious. Is there anywhere the Red Magnus congregate to, where they do show themselves in their truest form?
It would either be in one of their keeps or their whole hideaways, their stashes essentially, which those are always moving, so unlikely to check that. Or you could go and participate as a member of the black market. Everyone wears cloaks, everyone wears hoods, everyone wears masks, nobody knows who anyone is. They are occasionally there. These guys, I'm pretty sure they were providing monsters for the Red Magus, and they use them in the tournament rings. Exotic fighting pits, you know?
Remember that we do have 2 members that said black market in our very own party. I'll point to Leno, I'll point to myself.
True. However, so I'm actually gonna look to Sababa. Sababa, I'd like to, things like that, add to your idea, perhaps. If going to the black market is a possibility, and getting these monsters, wouldn't it be a greater boon to have a druid in tow? What if perhaps we put some of your companions in a form of subterfuge? We use these men, we use them as a plan. It's like they hold down this for us, and we get their attention that way. With you being there, you can control the fight. As you can just perform as yourself. You are able to change shape after all.
Yeah, a lot more shapes now.
So why not use that to our advantage? And if nothing else, you could always ask a companion or a beast to go in your stead, if need be. And I'm sure, trained by a druid, they'd be much stronger than going wild and frayed.
That's true.
So wait a minute, Chief. You're saying that we have Bub turn into a beast, and we have him in a cage, so that they can put him into the fighting pit, but they don't know it?
What they won't know is that we'd have a fighter on our side. They'd see a strong, noble fighter, and they'd perhaps ask us about it. Perhaps even an invitation, if I'm wrong, in certain circumstances.
If you had a trained exotic beast that was powerful and used to fighting in the rings, yeah, that could be something they'd want to buy.
And that's where we get them. Just a glance. And then we hone on in. There are certain avenues when being taught as a Templar where one can trace certain individuals should the merits require it. I could perhaps ask for a favor. Perhaps. I'm not certain. If nothing else, I'm sure there's something of similar ilk in your repertoire that you consider it.
Well, I mean, if you were to pay a mage, and they had the ability to use the scry spell, and look into their crystal ball, as long as we knew exactly where, we knew the name of the person, what they looked like, we gave a really detailed description, they could look at where that person would be for us, unless they're warded against it.
Now, if I recall, Sir Bob, you and Montilio were able to somehow
through specific means. Acquire a scrying orb.
Specifically, that's an anti-scrying sphere. While we
Yeah.
have it in our
Fair.
cart, we can't be spied on. We're warded against it.
We would just need to find its parallel. Its doppelganger. I think your plan could work, Sir Bob. Tweaked a bit. But we'd have to make sure that we were, how do you say? Have to have a few men or individuals that could do so on our count. Make it look legitimate, so to speak. Can't just show up for no reason. There needs to be rumors. There needs to be a reputation, so to speak. I don't know if y'all want to answer this. I'm just trying to.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
Tulio
it's a really
thinks
good
for a
plan.
moment. I mean, if we were going to the Nebelese black market to do it there, then I could maybe count on perhaps a few people to spread some rumors. A few tip-offs in the right corners that could create a legitimate reputation. Though if we went to the Asterium black market, then I wouldn't be able to do as much.
And Delon snaps his fingers. I'm actually gonna whisper into Montoyo. In game, he's basically suggesting the men in front of him. What he thinks about that?
Tulio will essentially whisper back, "It could work, Chief, but these are some pretty shaky men."
Fair enough. Out of curiosity, Marshall, does
Yes.
Delon know how to, considering his charisma, does Delon know how to handle shaky men? Considering his training?
I would say that DeLon knows that a shaky man is one that's easy to break or bend, and is usually unreliable.
Fair enough.
They're the type to run when they get the chance,
Fair
or
enough.
turn coats if it looks like it'll benefit them.
Fair enough. After taking a long thought, you're right. Can't quite rely on them on that measure. But then Delon snaps his fingers. Of course, the Adventurers Guild.
There is one in Nebula.
And there's one in Asterium.
That is true.
So,
And we wouldn't be asking such a secure price. Be easy money. We just have to put up a job, wouldn't we?
That'd work. But Gildas,
right, so from my perch, I'll say, well, if you need to spread some word in Asterium, I do know a man. Although, to make things easier, I'd have to find a way to build a cage that can hold a phase spider. And quite honestly, after thinking for that long, I still have no idea where to even begin. So, it's one thread we could pursue, but it's not much of a thread at the moment.
Understood. Then for now, know what to do with these men in front of us.
well, Chief, we could take him over to the local authorities. Sure, there's some sort of reward for that.
Between the Wood Elf Village, more likely. If I recall, there is an event. Was I listening correct? So Gildas, was there an
Yeah.
Adventurers Guild in the Wood Elf Village? I wasn't so sure.
I'm not sure whether it's in the Widow Village, but there should be one in the Savage Lands, yes. And we haven't seen one in the High Elf Village, nor the Sylvan People's Village.
So I can only presume that's the case then. Fine. I'm sure there might be a bounty on some of you gentlemen.
Before it's in Elizabeth Village.
Nah.
I mean, I'm fine with just turning the men out of game, and then
Yeah.
we need
Yeah.
to go back to the Wood Elves to get our stuff anyway.
Yeah.
So we might as well bring them
In the
until we
meantime,
drop.
we can like marshal forces and whatnot, and
Yeah.
do other stuff. I mean, we don't have to do the Nebulum stuff immediately,
No,
But-
that's way in advance.
but honestly, like we need to be proactive about going against the evil mage organization that's
That's
getting more.
that's why I'm making suggestions.
Yeah, your suggestions were really good.
So okay, yeah, I guess we'll tie them up and turn them into the Wood Elf Village, and they'll figure out what to do with them.
All right. So then you tie them up a little more so that you can basically chain gang them over to I can't say that alright. It's on YouTube. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. If it's good enough for Fallout, it's good enough for me. Read a game. Whatever.
Eh.
Well, you bring them over to the Wood Elf Village, and Gildon says you approach the goblins. You see them sweating.
Hold up,
Go
Marshall.
ahead. Yeah.
Something I want to do with the orc first.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
With
Wait
the fear
with
of
that.
God in him.
Go
yeah,
ahead.
You need somebody to beat the goblins into shape.
Yeah. Cause like, yeah, well, you bring the dude back, and like as you do so, I'll like turn back, then like kneel down to his level, and like more or less stand a hand and say in orc, "You alright?"
As you say that, you actually see that he blinks as if broken from a trance and looks up at you. He snarls for a moment until he sees the symbol on around your neck, and he holds up something that was balled in his fist, and he just starts saying in Orcish, like, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Which the thing in his hand is a symbol of Bridget that he just seems to have taken.
Well, taken from whom though is the question. Cause if I burn one of them, I believe, well, probably one from, could be from that, who knows. But I'll say. So, still in orc, by the way. You should know I did that. Correct.
He nods at you.
And now, I think you must understand why you're the only one left alive out of those, as well.
He actually just like holds up the symbol of Bridget again.
Then, if you understand that much, you must understand what you did wrong then. And what you can do, well, to start your life anew, improve of what you, well,
He speaks to you in Orcish again, and he says, "Not fake, very real, very real spirit."
I almost wanted to test like something else, because like the other one mispronounced it. But I wanted to try with this one. Like, if the name of this spirit, then what is it?
He like looks at the symbol, tries to focus really hard. Goblins called it Brigade or something. Wasn't paying attention.
Well then, Now's a good time as any to start paying attention. After all, you're alive for a reason. And I, cleric of the very same Bridget, is giving you the chance to start a new life on the straight, to redeem your past misdeed, should you follow her teachings.
So he actually looks up at you, Galas, and he like looks you up and down for a moment, and then his eyes widen, and he almost seems to look past you for a moment to where you assume the goblins are, and then he looks back at you as if in some form of recognition. Oh, you that weird war chief? The
I
one they
simply
wouldn't
nod.
stop talking about?
I nod.
He looks back down at the symbol of Bridget that he's holding, and like he does like a flick of his wrist as it like wraps around his hand, and he slowly tries to stand up.
I just like lend him a shoulder, honestly.
He looks at it a little suspiciously at first, but then eventually takes it. Your spirit is strong.
I am a champion, after all. Would be rather strange, although if it wasn't. But what's your name?
He holds a thumb up to himself, a charred thumb, and simply goes, Rook.
Well then, Rock. Why don't we join the others? And I'll show you how my tribe is.
How tribe is, and how spirit grows strong.
I recruit another orc. But yeah, now I'll just like help him down to the other goblins. And I continue from there.
Alright. So as you arrive towards your goblins with Ruck in stow, you see that your goblins are still talking about Brigid to the other three goblins who are marching in step. And when they see you coming over, one of them rushes over to you and points at the other three goblins, who look pretty tired at this point.
That marching's pretty shit. But we got 'em all warmed up for you, War Chief. They know that they shouldn't club orc to death. Club with discipline.
Exactly. Well then, you three can stop. You have a long road ahead of you. Well,
They stop as soon as you tell them to and just.
I think you could just like put like Rex don't probably there now. But yeah. I'll
Sounds
say-
good.
So I'll just like look at Rex, like point to the four goblins right there and say, these are my goblins. They're very simple people, but they have their heart in the right place, and their faith is in a way making them go farther than any other goblins I know. Somehow. Well, not somehow. Of course it should, but
Ruck nods at that, but he actually points a little weakly at your four goblins and goes, loud. They
They
talk
are.
a lot for goblins.
They do. If anything, well, try to teach them, well, how to behave, how to read, how to talk properly. But that works. Sometimes you have chatterboxes like them. I mean, that's why I like him, really. Never get, well, there's no guarantee of never getting bored with them.
Hmm.
The only problem is, well, they can be a bit unruly sometimes, just due to sheer number, and I'm not always there. That's why, I got mini war chiefs as well.
Who's your mini war chief?
Well, all the other people you see here, I'll point to the party, are mini war chiefs. As well as, back in my tribe, there's a certain goblin with an oversized helmet, serving as my mini war chief.
A goblin?
Perhaps, but the very same goblin that helped me banish, as to say, the equivalent of another orc shaman. So I do think he earned the title.
Never heard of a goblin mini war chief.
Why isn't there a goblin tribe in the land of monsters that's not mine? Don't they have a war chief as well?
Nobody respects them.
Hey, that guy's great. He could give you club. No, he wouldn't. That's just an insult. He actually has to mess up. All right. You lucky you daggone merciful.
Mhm. Goblin he may be, but clever he is.
Clever goblin? Ugh. Wait, but I'll see it when I see it.
Indeed, I was going to say, why don't you see it for yourself? As I'd be willing to let you into my tribe.
Hmm.
The only thing I ask is that you follow Bridget's teaching as well.
His hand tightens around the cord of essentially the symbol of Bridget that he has. Rook thinks he can do that.
Then I'll look to the other orc and say, what about you? I know I only bought your weapon arm today, but surely you must have seen what we were about to do.
Yeah, you pay me, you put food on table, and maybe someday.
Well then, you're able-bodied, you're not as wounded as he is. So how about you help them on the way home? Let's see if you want to stay.
Yeah, I could do that. You lot, you listen to those four. You stick close to me.
Oh, my first orc cleric, David.
You
Orc paladin, let's go.
get an orc cleric or orc paladin named Rook.
Well, it
he's
could
an
happen,
advanced unit.
depending like what happens. Up to you, really.
hmm
Let's see. Well, I mean, I can always just like cast healing word on him. Just as good faith, just as good faith. And then like point to the goblin that like handed me the bottle as well. Probably like the leader. Well, I'll just make him de facto leader of that pack of goblin and say, the problem is they don't know the way to the tribe, so you will be the one to show them.
So this goblin nods at you, Gildos, and he actually does like a pretty badly formed salute, but it's close. You could tell what he's trying to do. And then he lowers his hand and raises his club in the air.
You got it, Wood Chief.
Mm-hmm. Gotta choose my captains. Yeah, that. I'm pretty much done with them, I think.
Sounds good. So Gildos, I would say you could probably add 3 goblins and an orc to your tribe sheet if you wanted. You could probably add 1 as like a mercenary for now.
Yeah, I mean, like, the 3 goblins don't really matter. It's just like, yeah, I got goblins. Doesn't matter the name, they keep coming back anyway.
You could add it to the total though.
Add more goblins to your army.
Well,
If
just
you
like
add goblins into an already stable goblin economy, the goblin economy just grows. Doesn't actually get smaller. It never gets smaller.
like already have like the Dalan trained goblins, right? And like the problem like essentially other goblins, so they would count as other goblins at the moment. Until like something happens to them. I don't know. But yeah, I'll add 2 orcs. I mean, what's it? I might make placeholder Rook as mini war chief. Maybe. For now. He's named, so he's important.
Sounds good.
And then like 1 orc mercenary. Slow and steady, bud. Slow and steady.
Alrighty. So, with that having been done, party heads off for the Wood Elf Village.
I thought we were also going to turn in the token.
Oh yes, you can do that.
Like, make a pit stop 5 minutes, let's go.
I mean,
Yeah, you can easily make a quick pit stop at the Sharptooth Tribe.
we might as well get that over with. And honestly, what are these like? The guys gonna go? Seriously, you're gonna run off into the woods,
Get killed by lizardmen?
get killed by lizardmen, eaten by the forest itself. Yeah, good luck. Take your pen out of the Wood Elf Village. Maybe go to some remediation. Honestly, they're gonna be nicer to you than Neville would, or Neville wouldn't even have bothered.
So you all make a pit stop at the Sharptooth Village. Bub's able to. I'm gonna speed along this little part for you, Bub, if that's all right. Because you already had most of the interaction with him beforehand.
Yep.
All right, so you'd pop in to the Sharptooth Tribe, and as soon as you get close to the village, several lizard folk jump you all. But as soon as they see Bub in the T-Rex hat and the T-Rex helmet he has on, as well as like Delon's T-Rex armor and all of that, they actually raise their spears and clamp them on the ground and basically welcome you all. You're guided towards the village where the shaman that you spoke to before, Bub, very quickly comes out of a tent. And as you hand over the totem to him, he takes it from you with clear reverence and very carefully clips it onto his person, essentially. He puts it around his staff.
Cool.
He then slams his staff on the ground, and you see that a tree materializes next to him. It's not a big tree, but a tree did materialize. He grins, and you see the lizard folk all like start slamming their spears in unison. and the shaman looks at you, Bob, gives you an incline of his head in thanks, and then slams his fist on his chest and says that the Sharptooth tribe will defend the forest with you.
No hooray from Bub.
I'm glad to hear that. Together, we can defend nature and stop the encroaching evil.
The shaman nods at that with a grunt. But as he begins to turn around, a rather big lizard folk quite literally grabs the shoulder of one of the other lizard folk and throws him behind him. And as he walks over to you, Bub, he picks you up under your arms, narrows his eyes, and then he has the biggest lizard folk grin on his face. You!
Yes.
It is I, Falling Rocks.
No. Is it really him?
It is actually. He's literally picking you up by under your arms the same way and everything.
I was so worried, and I'm like bouncing around in excitement.
He like just grins at you all toothily, and he puts you back on the ground. So, you're the reason the forest was spit me out of that hole.
What happened after I was sent away?
After you were sent away with that spirit, which you just see as Freya on your shoulder just waves at him. He can't see it though. I was surrounded by creatures coming in and closer and closer. And when I was about to defend myself, I stood calm in the face of death. And Falling Rocks was spit out of the swamp, spit out of the quicksand. Falling Rocks has hatched again.
Did you get a fairy as well?
No, but Falling Rocks is alive.
Well, that's excellent. Have I told you about my mission? I tell him about my mission since you want to go through this fast.
As you say the mission to him, he actually walks away from you as you're saying it, but he's nodding as he does so, and he comes back with a big ol' spear, a glaive really, and he slams it on the ground. Falling Rocks and the Sharptooth tribe will aid you.
Hooray! That's excellent. It's been forever since I had Wait, he's not a druid. What was he again?
He's basically their strongest warrior.
Are you gonna wait to
Excellent.
introduce?
Finally, I have a powerful general.
Does Bob want to introduce him to us? We do
All
know
right,
who Falling
I'm
Rocks
trying to discipline in my army. Yay.
I would say that likely you were all brought into the village very briefly when Bub was welcomed in. So you would have seen this interaction happen. And for full context, Delon, this is a lizard folk that is like... So most of the other lizard folk are about like 4 or 5 feet tall. This one's 6 feet tall and hulking. Like he's just huge, like an overgrown lizard folk, if you will.
Yeah, he's just chonky.
Yeah, he's just a big fucking guy. Makes sense why he's their strongest warrior.
Right. If I recall correctly, Falling Rocks was in Bub's dream thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. So Delon, I stand by what Delon would say. Bob, who is this gentleman you seem to be eager to meet? It seems to
This
greet you so eagerly.
this is Falling Rocks. He is a friend that I met during my dream.
Ah, the journey you had when you met the heart of the forest.
We both walked into the pit of death and were hatched again.
I see. Well met. What do I introduce myself? I am Sir Delon of Silius Gillimain. These are my counterparts. Sir Gildus, Lady Eleanor, Ladyship Nightfields, Lord Mountainborn, and of course you know Sir Bob. And last but not least, Montulio.
You are all strong. We can tell. You wouldn't be alive if you were an albino otherwise.
As he says that, he like wags a finger at you, Delon, with with an almost crazed grin. He's just like, "Oh, you're pure white in the Savage Lands where everything's green, and you're alive. You gotta be strong."
Verily. Well, I'm glad that Bob mate has made another friend, and as a good night, welcome you earnestly.
When the time comes, Falling Rock and the Sharp-Toothed tribe can be counted on.
We welcome that.
All right. So, Bub, you have about, I'd say, 20 lizard folk warriors and like a shaman that you could call on. One of those lizard folk warriors is a good deal stronger than the other.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He's the champion of the village. Any boss. He's the named character.
Yeah, so Bub's like, we need to find a way to stay in contact.
The shaman comes up and reaches into his cloak, takes out a small, what looks like a bird carved out of bone, and he places it in your hand.
Cool.
Once, poor moon, you can reach me with this spirit.
And it's a carving of a what? I'm just gonna add it to my inventory.
Carving of what looks like a a very largely feathered bird.
One full moon contact.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, because
Okay.
once every moon, so every full moon, like once every moon cycle, essentially, you could contact him if need be.
Very cool. All right, excellent.
Good luck on your travels. And may the spirits walk within your steps.
Thank you. Well, we have to travel many miles, so goodbye for now.
They nod at you, and as you begin to walk away, you actually hear on the wind against your backs the shaman saying, "May the wind be at your backs," which you actually do feel quickened.
Cool.
With that, you are able to start heading for the Wood Elf Village. And think, here is where I'm going to call it for today's session. Before you arrive at the Wood Elf Village. So, with the poaching problem of the Savage Lands currently put on hold, the Sharptooth tribe having gained allyship, Gilnos gaining some more followers of Brigid, and the party on their way to the Wood Elf Village. We're going to wrap it up. So, thank you all for tuning in, and see you all next time. Bye-bye.